certainly a time that this has been. Jasper.
Under provision, and it was mostly stocked by dwarves before we got here. So, that'll tell you what kind of books they had.
They did have a problem with us. Treated us a little more hostily.
Moment.
Yeah. No matter how much you remind me,
Miyamoto-san.
able to help them fully.
You did what you could.
Ah,
What you were able to be incapable. I'm pretty sure you put all of your effort into doing that. So you shouldn't sell yourself short of that.
I suppose.
Sorry.
apologies.
Good morning.
To you as well. I hope you find yourself at least well this day, considering we're back in this place.
Hi. It is astounding how better one can feel when they have been cleaned, though the pain still remains exceptionally.
It is quite
These
surprising, the difference that can make.
Headaches.
Tends to stay.
I imagine you will get through them in time. If not, perhaps some of those amongst our numbers that are proficient in healing may be able to find some means to assist.
Do we have an alchemist? Is a member of Kalypsia?
Yes, Asato is an alchemist.
Which one is Sato again?
Small beast folk. Carries a spear upon his back.
I can teach you what I know.
Tealish hair, I believe. He is actually one that has agreed to assist me in certain endeavors. If you would like, I can send him to you when I see him next.
That would be good. I was looking through my old things, and I found several vials of what looks like some sort of potion in my things. And I would like to have them identified.
Of course. If you do not mind, later today as well, should you be able, I would wish to speak to you in confidence regarding some matters.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt.
I am I am of your service now. It does not mean anything. I will do what you need.
Of course. Thank you, Miyamoto-san.
Did anything ever come of that?
Well, we spoke with her.
Jasper?
Now she's on
Tony?
the ship now. Kind of.
Oh, nobody informed me.
To be fair,
It does feel rather strange in a way to run across you and not be on the other side of the negotiating table now.
she
A curious,
needed
Well-
a bit
brief
of time
departure.
since to recover.
Well, you would be in
Mentally?
between two of
Since,
them.
you know, she
I feel like that would be a bit rude, disrupting their
She-
conversation and doing such.
It would, but none of them are taking the chairs.
she gave bits of
I
information, but
would like to speak to you later, Mercedes, if you do not mind.
I don't
It's
mind as long as
just
it's with you.
these threads of
You are too
confusion.
kind. There's
Okay. What does she look like?
certain assistances I would like to request from you.
Well, I do have a book.
Oh?
I will mention it later.
Right here.
Of course. I can only hope I am of service.
Oh,
You are more than capable.
Huh. Then I do wonder what it
I
may
believe
be.
I have her eye patch then.
It is something I asked previously.
That
I
But-
should
should
get
definitely-
that back to her.
Oh?
he yeah, you should definitely give that back to
I
her.
found
Yes.
it. I found
What?
it back in the
Why that
district where we dealt with the Night Watch.
You have asked
It was
previously
inside of a house that had
from me
blood
of certain
splatters.
things.
Yeah, she was taken by the ether bane, so makes sense.
Wow.
I suppose we
nobody
could actually slip
communicates
aside
anything,
and
do
discuss
they?
such things now, unless I would be prying you away from me. Pending conversation.
Nobody does.
It would
there
have
you
been
go.
great to know this all very much earlier.
I'm
but
in a good
at
mood.
least I know now. Alright, thank you,
If
Sven.
you want any other information, you should. Me and
If-
Nathan has a lot of information too. So maybe you should talk to me.
It can be put out away then, for sure.
Hmm. Certainly.
I'll just focus on returning her eye patch first.
Actually,
I
I'm
don't want
gonna
to hold on to her
press the
property
button.
for too long.
Good luck.
Nothing. I didn't mean to interrupt any conversation you were potentially having here with Jasper.
Oh,
No,
Or
I
intent.
was just
Wait.
talking with.
You did look upon
There
him with
was-
such intent that I thought that might be the case. That perhaps there was something.
No, I.
were you intending?
I believe she was intending.
Oh.
What's that?
Someone's really fucked up.
Whom?
Apparently, Fable has been spotted with some slavers, and people have already attacked. I suspect we don't have long here.
Are you kidding?
Fable.
Great.
That is the twin. The
Yes.
male one, right?
The one that was
They're attacking
seized and taken.
the Shimmering Nothing. We're fucked.
Someone's already been attacked.
No.
So, was it they or someone
Yeah,
else
I
that
heard.
did?
It's
I could
outside.
I could imagine Nyx likely has.
I'm useless in this situation.
As am I at the moment.
Honestly, large group. Condello.
Likely Nyx, I would think.
It appears that Cedros is encouraging at this point because we've already screwed ourselves.
This is terribly
Really?
unfortunate timing. They did not waste any at all.
Is this a coup of some kind?
This is unfortunate.
Why?
There was dealings here that needed to happen before we left.
Correct. And now we've been screwed out of them.
And now
what
I
do they
fear for my
plan?
own self.
I was hoping to deal with the threat of assassins in the future. They're speaking with some of them here.
I have no idea what their play is.
But they clearly didn't think about they clearly didn't think about
they are searching for.
certain people when they're attacking, because like this just puts me in danger. It puts other people in danger as well.
If
We
my
don't just tell him
understanding
to
is
stand
correct,
away. If
this place is
Yeah,
meant to be
I
neutral for
understand that,
engagements. We're guests here.
No, I mean as
We should
in
not
we
press
don't
our
need to
luck.
just stand here and wait for them to
Oh,
discuss
correct.
the plan of
Which is
attack.
why
is what
us
I'm
having a
trying
bunch
to
of weapons out is a
Yeah.
poor idea.
say. I think I'll go to the market and see what's.
Did any of you see a large group of people come through here?
No.
Carrying slaves.
What the hell are you all doing?
Saving Fable, that's what we're doing.
And putting the rest of us in danger while doing it?
I said if you didn't want to join with us, then stay away from us.
You do realize they put a blanket on all of us from the Kalypsia.
Listen, Finch, it was meant to be over before we got here. Unfortunately, they made out with Fable, and now we're in this situation. We're not just gonna let them take them.
I tried to deal with it in an amicable way.
At least you
chose not to.
At least you did it that way. I can at least say that. I was about to say if you just attacked first thing, but
Of course not.
I trust
Did you-
I at least trusted you.
you don't do that.
You're gonna idle take this healing potion, you can give it to me.
It would be best to distance ourselves and simply say no.
I believe so. We should not involve ourselves in such, as much as it distresses me to say. This is unfortunately a path they set themselves on a while ago. And us intervening would certainly put larger things at risk.
I don't even know who they are.
A bit of a problem. Let's relocate from here. I will see if I can find a place to speak to you both of something. Some of which I believe you already know, Orpheus.
The rocks are very useful.
Good.
I will go retrieve my bow.
Thank you, Miyamoto-san.
Then I can maybe see where she might be.
Got it.
Sprout, Lord Faven. Did you hear of what was taking place?
You're going to be doing something.
Yes.
Probably.
If anything, I'd
Yes.
say
Very important.
It's
I
unfortunate.
imagine we should expect
I
some
am inclined to
repercussions on their behalf.
see, but
Most likely, it's unfortunate. I was hoping that during our time here we could perhaps speak to some of those involved in this place to try and
Nothing bad
I
happened.
know.
avoid future meddling on their part.
As I said,
Oh, I did not
that's the
know.
only other word.
That is
Okay.
certainly
I will always look up.
optimistic
things
hope.
here.
And you
Yes,
stay near
I'm much
people
more
with the
doubtful
blade
now.
who can actually wield one.
If they're
That's what I
injured, will
mean.
you serve them?
Even without the interference,
Good.
It was going to be difficult. I was
they're
not.
guaranteed to prevent
I'm not sure.
a potential future revenue stream.
So a problem that no doubt will have to be dealt with
If
in
they go
time.
on a whole slaughtering speed, probably not.
Well, potentially.
Hopefully not.
I think that is wise.
As I said, I have my suspicions of their interference in the
They have every right
past,
to
so
operate here.
Yes. And given
There
some
are
of the
other
things
ways
that they
of doing
profit in,
things. So if
I
they
imagine there are
come about
advances that would very
get
much be
hurt,
against.
But they don't kill any of them, then I'll treat injuries.
Oh yes,
They just kill
very
them. I'm
much
not
so.
going to get myself into trouble.
I suppose that if Fable was taken from you, then the other party was disrupted with sanctity. But that is not as it is.
Hopefully we can all avoid getting dragged
If
in.
somebody was taken from here, then that would obviously be more or less a slight against the Shimmering Nothing.
But I'm
because they were
doubtful.
taken from here while they were under our, visage.
seems
and
quite the war party
they
they
were
managed to
guests here,
form for
so
this
That it does.
liberation.
With Nyx leading the charge.
I believe that I will observe what I can understand events.
Most curious.
If you
The old
can, do your best
pirate
to make
should
sure
know
they
how
don't
these
get
things work, unfortunately.
too bloodthirsty.
It appears he does not care.
I will
If
protect
we're
the
kind of
life
bit
I
late
live.
on
Surprising given his bloodthirst.
Yes.
Be
That
careful.
is actually a good heads that way just to start saving lives if we need to, actually.
What has already been spilled?
Wasn't there a rule against causing trouble?
Yes.
Of
How
some
did
kind
they
here?
already fight somebody?
They did.
The only thing to damage
They saw
control
Nyx,
is
he
cut
was going.
losses and try to isolate ourselves.
I have no
I
idea
would
if it's
agree.
here or outside.
Give me one
Just know
second.
who
If
they're.
it's outside, I don't really care. If it's here, then
I just know who they're fighting and why they're fighting. Is it here or outside?
But yes,
fighting here is terrible.
personally I find very little value in remaining here. Unless we are able to make
Fight in a neutral zone.
I can't count that high.
significant movements to disrupt their
And I cannot see your fingers.
I would agree.
dealings.
Perhaps if the others that are currently on the warpath are able to do so in such a way that they will not recover, but I am doubtful.
So, just for the whole politics of everything, you all are staying neutral in this ordeal that is currently occurring?
Not just neutral, but far from this.
Yes, that is the intention.
Because I'm obviously going to be questioned in regards to this, and I'd rather not get my head cut off, so...
I do not even know where I am.
This is the Shimmering Nothing.
Yes.
Ah.
The most illegal black market in the world.
How are you faring, by the way, Miyamoto?
I am in excessive pain, and I have a massive headache. It makes it hard to concentrate.
Well then,
I saw Sato a moment ago.
If I am given leave to, yes.
I think we're going to be kicked out of the Shimmering Nothing soon.
I think you're right.
Surprising no one's here.
Let me see if I can find him before
Honestly,
he
I'm
gets himself
surprised
killed.
it took.
I will be right back.
He's already at the front.
To be perfectly honest.
We'll take a look.
Perhaps it would also be best if we mentioned to some of the higher-ups that us of Hinodae and Valinor wish to remain neutral in this conflict.
That is a good point. I believe that's the correct course. Yes.
Like from the one behind you who might be able to guide us.
Excuse me. Would you know where we could speak to potentially any of the higher-ups here? We wish to let them know that Hinodae and Valinor are not getting involved.
Say again, please?
Would you know of anywhere we could speak, perhaps, to one of the higher-ups, briefly, or if word could be passed along? Hinodae and Valinor do not wish to seek any involvement.
Are they doing this as representatives of Kalypsia or individually?
We effectively
Those
are representatives
are individuals.
As individuals. I mean, they are individuals. So
I will see who I can get in touch with. My current priority is just being there to make sure I can treat injuries or major injuries that may occur.
Of course.
With those.
Let me not get in
As
the way.
you can imagine, how people will see it, being attacked by, aggressive group. So, wait at the tavern. I'll see if I can't pass somebody that way.
Please. Thank you. Back we go then.
If you'd like, I could do some information gathering.
Please. Anything you could find would be useful. Thank you, Orpheus.
Here's another issue. If they get killed, does
They may
whatever
send someone our way, so
future-
we can inform them that we intend to have no involvement and have no say in what is taking place.
might be fucked over if they die or get harmed. Or...
Positive.
We'll see.
I'm trying.
Think
Everyone else
towards
is
the
very much on
worst.
the warpath. Orpheus is trying to gather information, just in case.
What's going on with them? Are
They're
still
all
kicking up a fuss?
surging forward into battle, I guess. I'm not sure.
Okay.
In the marketplace?
Yes.
Yes.
That is such a bad look.
That's practically fighting on holy ground. For those
Yes,
here.
that's. Oh,
Yeah.
those are just
them.
merchants just trying to somewhat make a living of some kind.
To be fair, it is a black market.
Yes, unlawfully, but still trying to make a living.
Everyone will be fine. You will be fine.
Considering those fools
You're panicking a little bit.
evidently
How can I not?
thought how dangerous this place.
We just got out of Hinodae after a terrible plague
Dangerous
thing.
is definitely not just
Honestly,
contained to
cannot
this little
barely holding it back myself. Some
slice of thievery.
Quite true.
Going forward, I feel like this should have been instilled in the first place, but should we just make bets on, or like plan ahead in case Nyx tries to mess things up again?
We should probably plan ahead just in case Nyx tries to mess things up. Yes.
Probably.
What is it now?
If
Twice
you're
in a row right now?
going to such lengths to account for someone so
I meant
unaccountable,
here.
it is
If
surely
you mean in the
easier
future,
to
I
just
can't really
remove
say.
person
But
from the equation.
Asato, have you spoken to Miyamoto-san?
once again, I can't truly blame him for wanting to get
He
the
has
table back, but there's probably
potions, I
better
believe,
ways
that
to
he
do
would
it
like
than
identified. He is in need of your assistance.
He seems to be thinking with his fists. I believe he tried.
If he had
He's going to pull out one of the
cared,
pain relief
he would have
potions.
taken into consideration the place that we're in and ensured their safety before their capture.
And he doesn't necessarily need to confront them the first chance they get.
Do you know what it does?
If he was smarter about it, he would have went on a perhaps more planned way instead of just outright threatening.
A less emotional one. Yes.
Yeah.
One that didn't
I mean-
get everyone in danger.
I'm not totally against him stealing her back, but that would have, if done in a more incognito way.
Planned?
Yes, very incognito. That would have been the move to make.
I think he's not going with
For
them.
now, we just have to do what we can to make.
We need to have that whole conversation with the Shimmering Nothing people.
Don't
Look
care
at
about
ourselves.
nothing.
And that's why we're keeping ourselves neutral, so then we can at least have that talk with them if they still want to talk to at least those who didn't. Some folks might just call us cowards or something, but honestly, I don't care.
This is really
It should.
cowardly if we
I'm
value
thinking
the
with my
life of
brain rather than my own
everyone
fist.
and seeing the threats before us.
I mean, it's not so bad to be cowardly in valuing your own life.
There's cowardice and
Seems
then there's
fine.
stupidity. I do not believe this is cowardice. This is a measured approach.
Fair enough then. I was just
You
saying
just
they
gotta
they might call me as such since I value my own wings more than the person who's caused us problems on multiple occasions.
I return.
Anything of note?
It appears that Nyx is willing to distance himself entirely from the Kalypsia, so we should not have to worry too much.
Okay.
Something of
However, he has a large following.
We're not,
There was a
we're
lot of
not
people.
going to let him go on his own.
Some of those people we rely on to be peacekeepers aboard the Kalypsia.
Yes.
He has endangered us
Was-
several times.
Was I
He
right
has
in
hurt
hearing
everyone
that
I
Sed
care
was
about.
goading them on?
Well, he's with them, so it doesn't
That he
make it
has.
any better.
Hasn't he?
Cedros has stated that since we've already taken the first steps, might as well go all the way.
Oh my god.
And he's a guard? He's a sentinel?
Not only a sentinel, I believe the deputy. If they
He was essentially our go-to guard amongst the sentinels to actually talk to. I know he's not their captain, but he was like one of the...
I tried to convince Alden out of it, but it seems he's also sent.
Breathing exercises?
Great. Let's approach
Yes, it calms the
Definitely.
If you wish to persuade him, he's coming over now.
Identify the incompetence of the
Michael. Who wants to join us in sitting down? Calms the nerves as well.
A good idea. I'm going to try something.
Yeah?
I hope you're not involving yourself too directly with their actions.
Well...
Do you have
Are you what?
any good news?
No. It was meant to be an ambush in the desert. We kill the slavers, we get our girl, we leave. Turns out they had their own portal to the Shimmering Nothing and a couple very powerful mages. I got a couple shots and one really screwed him over, but they managed to go through somewhere here, and now it was dragged here. I was pretty far away, I doubt any of them saw me, but now that we're here, it's a different matter. I don't know.
Unfortunate. Depending on the way this goes, this could cause considerable problems for all of us in the future.
Yeah, people tried to tell Nyx that without the Shimmering Nothing's collaboration, we're kind of stranded.
Yes.
Yeah, so...
It's not wavering, is it?
Not exactly the kind
No.
of organization we want. With a vendetta against us.
Well, he's coming back. I guess I should keep looking. He said he's willing to renounce the Kalypsia if it comes to it, but I don't know how much that would really do, you know?
I understand. It's something.
He's got a whole group following him, so...
It's something at least, but... Of course there's Aelfay.
She said she
Actually,
wanted to help.
Aelfay wasn't in the group.
Really?
Originally.
It does not matter if the general does not hold the banner. It still flies.
That's true. Well said. The blame's going to come on all of us regardless. We're all on the same ship. We might be able to keep
Having the
ourselves out of the
Shimmering
fire
Nothing
here, but...
against us. With the Aetherbane.
I doubt they would side with Aetherbane. Aetherbane, rather, would
No,
likely
but
side with them.
two
But still,
enemies.
the Shimmering Nothing has foiled plans in the past. If they have reason to do so in a vendetta, they could be a powerful opponent. Bounty hunters, assassins,
Do you
all manner of skullduggery
think
at their
that this
disposal.
was a genuine ploy by them to
No,
try and make us cause the aggression first?
I don't think so. From what Alden had said, originally it was meant to be an ambush in the desert, but the slavers got here, and they decided to do it anyway, putting us all at risk.
Exactly. They're showing someone members of the Kalypsia care about. They have information brokers here. What if they're just trying to,
If I remember correctly, this person was stolen before we even knew about the Shimmering Nothing.
They were.
So therefore, they don't really have any connection.
They were seized by bounty hunters. They
suspect
likely
this is
escaped. Then got caught by slavers.
Back in the river.
I think so as well. Yes.
Possibly.
No, it was definitely. A lot of us saw it happen.
Mm.
She went off willingly with the bounty hunter.
Yeah, that's right, you did. But I don't know. This is This feels a little bit too planned.
It was, on our part.
Correct. They planned to ambush the slavers who had the person.
They lost them. They came here. They slipped through a portal in the Shimmering Nothing. And then they
The
chose to
slavers are
continue
not
their fight.
affiliated with the Shimmering Nothing. They just have the ability to sell their wares, so to speak. Yeah.
The problem, of course, is we agreed to abide by the rules of this place when we came here. We are now violating them.
Yeah. We wanted to make use of the fact that the ambush would have happened outside of the Shimmering Nothing, and so, well, what's a skirmish between delinquents? But now that it's here, yeah. It's a bit of a rock and a hard place. Not that it seems that they landed on this island. We've looked everywhere, so...
They're probably not here anymore, and even if they were, people in the Shimmering are kind of masters at evasion given what they do.
Yeah.
A whole group running around looking for them with weapons drawn is not gonna find them likely.
Aldon. Were you with them before Nix and the others came in?
What do you mean?
Were you with them for the ambush?
Oh, yes.
Why? Okay, first off, why were you ambushing them? And second off, how did you know they were going to come in here?
There was an info broker. I bought some information. It's what they do. They sell. When we figured out that they were going to be in a certain place in the middle of nowhere, we thought, well, we're just a handful of slavers. It turns out they had a couple mages, and again, they managed to get into the Shimmering Nothing before we could secure the people we wanted to. As for why, well...
Slavers are not going to just transport their stuff willy-nilly without any protection.
Yeah, but, you know, we thought we had the upper hand, and for a bit Nick seemed to be negotiating correctly, but then things didn't go right, and the fighting started...
Can't say that you can trust Nyx to have her negotiate well. He tends to negotiate with his gun.
Well, whatever happened, happened. And if it had worked out, it would have been perfect. There would have been a bunch of dead bodies in the desert of Solasta. We would have gotten back with Fable. Oh well.
We need to be a lot more tactful about this kind of thing. Just running around trying to kill them all will only bring quite a lot of trouble and probably risk to Fable, because while there's value enough there for them to keep her, they're probably not above killing her if we make too much problems.
Everyone having to fear from knives in the dark from the Shimmering Nothing at this point forward is not exactly the best outcome either.
Yeah.
At least so far, no matter Nyx's best intentions or best attempts, we haven't broken any rule, other than maybe brandishing a few weapons, so we should be fine.
Gotcha.
However, if he does find the group, well, I fear what may happen to us, Fable, and them.
I like Aina, but I can't really say much about Nyx. There's not a great cure for stupidity.
And we still don't know what the Shimmering Nothing want us to do.
You would know.
Yeah.
Well, you get someone's here for a reason.
On an unrelated note, I found out that the mackerel at the fish stall scream when you bite them.
That's interesting. I'm gonna get away from that conversation now.
They're dead, but they scream.
What I can tell is that the Shimmering Nothing don't have any allegiances to any one group. The only allegiance they have is to their pointers.
Well, from what I understand, the Shimmering Nothing as a whole isn't
see if I can
necessarily
see
a
what
unified
Nick says.
group.
I
It's a
lost eyes
lot
on
of
him.
different companies that work
See if any troubles coming our
this
way.
area, and they're relatively cordial with each other.
There is still an overarching hierarchy, lest things do go down. There are those that command this place at a higher power. So
To some degree,
if
yes.
if Snow's little theory about it being some sort of inside job is likely because
If you could keep an eye out for any trouble.
the slavers paid for that
I'm
sort of information,
going to have word
and not
with
because the
Miyamoto.
Shimmering Nothing did it of their own accord.
Yeah.
I assume he was still there.
Who
Oh,
are you talking to? I'm going to
You.
continue my walk.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. Please follow me for a moment. This way. I'm going to speak softly just in case. There's certain events that transpired in Hinodae that are not aware to all. Some of these are secret and done in confidence. Word of this cannot spread. Some, less important, Lord Faven of Valinor has named me his heir. This binds together the Satori clan and that House of Valinor. We intend, through certain actions, to take steps that will benefit Hinodae greatly, as well as Valinor's future. There are agreements that have been put in place, accords, between us and Meilin. One of these...
So you're talking about a unification of our two countries?
In the long term, it may come to that, or at least an alliance. In addition to that, there's one other thing I need to convey, as far as my purpose and what I am attempting to do. Rebuilding the western part of Hinodae and the Satori clan is part of it. As I spoke to you before, that is true. Some other matters have changed in that regard. Meilin and I are working together, closely. I'm trying to think of a way to phrase this.
The best way to speak is plainly. I am in your service now.
Of course.
Akane-sama.
She and I have come to terms despite past differences. I have left my family's sword in her care, till certain steps have been taken as a gesture of goodwill. In addition to this, I have secured my future by her side.
Then I will do everything I can to assure the day that you stand beside her in the open.
Thank you. Though deals are effectively secret at the moment, and there are more things I cannot discuss involving that, for they are not mine to share. It is something that will likely take time.
I have had to listen to the Emperor and Empress both speak of such things in the past.
Of course.
I know that sometimes things must be done in the shadows before they are brought to light.
Yes, especially when speaking here, and it could put certain parties in risk if it were to be overheard. Meilin and myself have a plan. I should not speak of her so informally. But there is a path forward we have decided upon, and our views are closely intertwined. I believe we both want the same thing. We have agreed on all terms together. So, what the Satori clan wishes to do is very much the same as the Kazuya. You may consider us one.
And You have given me a second chance. I know it will not bring back my honor, but if this helps Hinodae and you, I will lay down my life if I have to.
Let us hope it does not
I
come
do
to
not.
such.
I do not have my blade to swear upon, but when I forge it anew, I shall.
Perhaps then we shall forge our blades at the same time. My personal blade is damaged and old. It has not been touched in 50 years. The family blade is something I have carried for a time.
If it would please you, then I would be honored to repair it.
I'll gladly accept.
Arigato.
Of course. This is one of the reasons I sought you out. At that point, all of these things were not in place. I still had a plan regardless, that would run alongside hers. However, things have taken this turn instead, and she and I are much closer than was anticipated.
Then it is a stroke of fate that such an event transpired.
I'm inclined to agree. Arigato, Miyamoto-san. Unfortunately
enough, I can't find them. I did, however, see the info broker walking around.
Oh. Perhaps then we can try and catch him at the very least.
Currently, he is heading towards the portals.
Alright. See if we can intercept him.
But if you are more worried about the ones that are incapable,
Shit.
Right, well that's significantly worse than I last left it.
If they just give me Fable, and I will be on my way.
Unfortunate. We should likely turn back then. Any opportunity to avoid conflict has been lost. More likely than not.
I'll be sitting up by the rabbit.
Very well. Let's go let the others know it's gotten worse. Just in case. As much as we might wish to intervene.
It is a fool's errand to stand before a storm.
That it is. And they're willingly throwing themselves at it. Jasper.
Hakane, Miyamoto?
It seems they're squaring off either with the Shimmering Nothing and the Slavers. The info broker is there as well.
Yes, I saw them with a pair of, I suppose, bladed weapons. I'm sure you're smarter than that, but I just want to ask, no involvement as of current from you two? Just
None.
standing there looking?
I wish to convey, at least to the info broker or one higher up, that those associated with Hinodae and Valinor have no involvement.
Yes, I believe that Mei and Kazuya wanted to speak with the Shimmering Nothing themselves.
Yes. It's unfortunate.
Yes, very much so. But again, it may be at least our disinvolvement with it could at least potentially bring us to be able to renegotiate terms, at
Hopefully.
least from our own side.
Yes.
I would not be so hopeful. When dealing with those that wish to keep their sense of order, then there are times when one becomes many. It does not matter who drew the sword first.
Fair enough. I'm just trying to be a little hopeful.
Yes. In case things do spiral, as you know, and I'm not sure how much you know on the matter. I do not have my blade any longer.
Yes, I am aware.
I was hoping to have that resolved before we found ourselves in any such situation. Yes. But
Do you plan on getting a similar blade at least at some point?
I'm going to return to my old sword. Miyamoto-san has offered to repair it. It has not been used in some time.
Never took you for a smith.
I am a boya by trade, but every samurai knows how to repair and wield a katana. I would not be able to forge any other kind of weapon.
I see.
And the gesture and assistance is greatly appreciated.
But there is actually much overlap between a boya and a smith. There are many parts of arrows and bows that require you to know how to shape metal.
I had not considered the similarities between the two, to be honest.
Maybe something you could also pick up then.
Maybe. I believe I would leave that to those that are more professional and such than I.
I'm sure if you really wished for it, though I'm sure you are more familiar with the blade and intimate with it.
Ah. You mean taking up the bow?
Yes. Miyamoto, I'm pretty sure can teach you at least the ways of it.
That I would actually like to consider, yes.
Oh.
Orpheus.
I will have to relearn how to shoot, though. I have lost my dominant eye.
Understood.
I've gathered more information.
Please.
As expected, it is the Sunfire Accord that the slavers were. The same one with the two large wolves outside their tent.
Of course. So we have some that already have a vendetta with them. Have they come to blows yet?
No. Though I did manage to catch some of the stinkier ones getting ready.
We should go talk to Faven and the others.
I could have sworn I saw them walk in this direction. I'm not sure they're entirely... Wait, I see them right there, actually.
By the spring?
Anything happen?
Yes.
I will remain discreet.
I see them. I see movement, actually.
Let's go there then. Thank you both.
Very well.
So is Minoto?
Carla,
Faven, Sprout.
any news on the adventure of the fool?
They're currently standing off with the Sunfire Accord, it would seem. Looks like it may come to blows. They're preparing themselves at the very least for it. So, we may find ourselves in a precarious position soon.
So we might. No, we might. Has any effort been made at resolving this without coming to blows?
Some. Unfortunately, it seems they're very wrapped up in this. I doubt any real chance of diplomacy can happen, though. My thinking is that if this does go towards the worst, and we are all at risk at any point in here, we should stick together and try to get to the portals.
Yes.
What do you think, Sprout?
I will do what you say.
We can all stick together then. Keep each other safe.
Hold on.
Hello. Sorry to interrupt, but since Toffee seems to be negotiating for the release of Fable and some other slave, I thought that Fabian, who the money is likely to come out of, would like to know. Unless Toffee stumbled upon a fortune sometime in the past few days.
Bold of you to presume that I would finance yet another one of our reckless purchases.
Well, I don't know. That's depending on who she mentions is gonna finance. It will be your problem unless you want to deal with the Shimmering Nothing. Whatever the case, that's what's happened. They came through, they had a rough interaction, and it seems the Shimmering Nothing sided with them. They're currently negotiating the settings at the whatever sand tent. I forget. Sun imagery is very common.
The Accord.
Yeah, that one. Anyway.
Thank you.
Well, that was awfully rude. He said it as if the weight fell upon Fabian himself.
Toffee doesn't speak with any actual authority on this matter either. She could be putting herself in a very
What I'm saying is the way Almond put it.
unfortunate position.
As if Fabian and Toffee's choices also fell on Fabian.
I would agree.
Strikes me as an odd choice of diplomat given the situation.
If they're negotiating price terms, then there was perhaps a chance that Nyx could have actually, if he had thought out his plans, or at least not been so rash, this could have all been avoided.
Yes. So it would seem they were looking to make coin. If they were willing to make these kinds of negotiations, they could have done it from the start.
But the pirate has to always bring up a point that we are dealing with slavers. It's like the pot calling the kettle black.
perfectly fair. Yes. I find it curious that one of the troublemakers is causing problems for us, trying to save the other.
You mean Toffee saving Nix in this case? Or
No.
Nix saving
Toffee is at
Fable
least trying to take a wiser course. I mean, Nix attempting to save Fable.
I did hear that they were close. Regardless, since it seems like there is talks going on, if you want to have that talk, now we are more than available.
Yes,
Or would you rather have it under better circumstances?
I would not be opposed.
Snow is running.
they are.
She went inside.
Let's go take a look. Perhaps we can have that conversation. Let's check on Snow. Snow?
Got some good news and some bad news. Good news? Fable is here, and she's in a cage.
We know.
Bad news, Nyx is very pissed off and is the one. There's someone else. I don't know who else is inside with them. But talking with the information broker to hopefully maybe get her. He's already shot off a warning shot, and one of the slavers really pissed him off about Tortuga. So
they're going to ambush them.
That's great.
That's their intent now. They've
Probably
decided.
any second now. They were talking with the info broker.
Great, just
Whom is
dandy.
ambushing whom?
Us. To them.
Okay.
And you thought we were using the term of us and we.
It is the simplest way to convey the information, considering that is how they see it as well. Them being the Shimmering Nothing.
This is great, isn't it? Wonderful. Can we just get out of here now? No one's gonna leave.
There's a portal over there if you really want to leave.
Yes, I know, but
Not
They're
sure
probably
where
gonna
we
shove
can
us
go.
through it.
True.
If we ask nicely, Rivendell.
Perhaps.
I don't.
Would you like to let the Lord know?
Please.
It's bad, but it's getting worse by the moment, it seems.
I was hoping it wouldn't get worse, that it would be that stalemate. If anything, Sable not being here might have been for the best.
Fable, do you mean?
Oh my goodness, I keep mixing up the names. Fable, yes. If they had not brought back Fable, then it might have been for the best.
See, that's why it feels a little weird timing. But hearing about how they were ambushing them in the desert of the sun. I would suggest probably being close by the portal door at this point, instead of sticking around near here. I think we're gonna have to make a run for it soon enough.
The doctor was just headed back to the infirmary. She might have information.
Shall we search for that then?
We might as well.
I would suggest following her advice, though. If things do come to blows, it would be best if we were capable of making a swift exit.
We should bring Faven in, Sparrow.
I think you're right, yes.
Not distance, it's best we can do.
If you could help look over them for a moment, I'm going to try and speak to her real quick. I will be brief. Thank you. I hope matters have not gotten too much worse.
Not really. They came close, but they're discussing currently.
Good.
They'll probably ambush about now.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Well, the broker is over there. He's sort of the official of the area, so.
I suppose try and keep an eye on them, perhaps, just in case they do.
Let's go in there.
Yes.
Thank you.
Then I'd recommend not running so far away from Miyamoto.
Yes, I'm going to head back to him. Thank you.
He's following you.
Concerned. Orpheus is keeping an eye on things. He'll let us know if it gets worse.
I know you are closely allied with the Shimmering Nothing, at least. But if our...
I do live and work here, so.
If our associates were to come here seeking...
I am beginning to partially regret my decision to leave my blade.
I'm not asking...
If they find somebody within the Shimmering Nothing unprovoked, they forfeit any the healing.
I regret losing my eye and part of my brain.
I suppose that's a much greater reason to regret.
Brawls and disagreements do occur, but the moment there is a death, then obviously it is more severe, and as a result, for myself, especially in this case, if they do end up killing somebody, I could be seen as an attack, and if I heal them, then I could be seen as complicit. So I will not be killing anybody. In regards to that group, if a death were to occur on the other side.
Then I will most likely see to it that you are informed if such a thing has happened.
Be appreciated. So this only goes for that group. Obviously, all of you, as long as you do not get involved with that altercation, if you were to get injured by stray fire or something, by all means, I will treat you.
Very much appreciated.
Yes,
I understand
I am protecting Faven. Is Mia okay?
That much I can assent.
As I say, I don't treat stupid. And if you attack somebody openly here, of all places,
Maybe I should start thinking about doing that.
It's a wonderful practice. Yeah. For us, that is what Orpheus is for.
I mean, someone that jumped off of the roof thinking he could fly by flapping his arms didn't do anything stupid again after that, after I told him I wasn't going to heal him.
Should we possibly start heading nearby the portal now?
If they are in that direction, then again, I wish to distance myself from anyone.
They're over by the tent.
We can wait over here, and then if worse comes to worse, just run for the portal.
What are your thoughts on positioning? Or where we should perhaps await the
Given the
potential
distance,
to rise?
given the distance to the portal, it would be a bad idea for us to wait here. Especially with those of lesser speed. That would mean we would be cut off from the portal, aside from two of us.
Climbed up there, thought if they flapped their arms hard enough, they would.
And two people alone are easy targets.
Yes.
I suggest we at least get to the corner towards the bridge.
Right. The one that way.
It allows us, the one that allows us ample view of the market below where they are currently, as well as a straighter route to our exit.
I'll put that forth to the others then. Thank you for the counsel. I believe you are correct.
It was the reason that I was made to lead the samurai.
I feel I have chosen correctly then. Miyamoto has pointed out that we may not be best staying here. If things do take a turn for the worst and we need to get to the portal, it'd be better to be in a position where we can actually make an expedited retreat.
So, you should be fine. You're not involved with the aggressors, you could say. So, as long as well, that's why I've gone around asking if who was staying away from it and not getting involved. That way I could obviously assist in regards to it. Considering you may be from one place, but you are not one group. You are all individuals.
That much, I think, can at least be sanctioned. But again, I think to the very least we'll be told to leave very aggressively. And as long as we comply.
Most likely then. Regardless, I do think we should at least be prepared for the worst, just in case. Thank you.
Is your prerogative, but I don't think anything that significant would occur that would, you'd need to run for your life, as long as you're not the one openly attacking people.
The others do seem intent to stay. The Shimmering Nothing woman, has apparently informed them that we have no part in this matter, at the very least. While we may be asked to leave, she does not believe that we should be put at risk.
If you want to stay away from trouble, don't cross that bridge for a little bit. Okay. Nix is about to make his move.
You might want to say that to her.
Because I care about her.
Jay.
Oh.
Thank you.
Well, I think she knows. She's fine.
Great.
I wonder if the other version of me knew how reckless this Kalypsia group was.
I imagine it would have made itself apparent quite swiftly. They act more with their heart and their gut than their brain.
A true warrior fights with all three.
It's not.
No, they already fucked up the ambush part. Now they're just going to attack.
I think my headache is getting worse.
I understand why.
You know, if you wanted things to go more smoothly for them.
I don't really care. I should be nice.
I'd prefer not to have any direct involvement. Nothing that could.
What are you talking about? There are plenty of shades here in the Shimmering.
Yes. He did say things.
I'll do you one better.
I did say thank you.
Whenever we leave, I'll change. Look completely new.
I probably would have been fine.
I do know my father. I've been away for a while.
Fine, just keep an eye on them. If you feel you must intervene, leave it to your judgment.
And there they go. For the ambush.
I'm sure that she was on foot, I suppose,
Really, it comes across more as a bunch of frantic pops running into danger. Just a moment.
Siblings usually look alike and have similar.
It appears they're entering into conflict with them now, or intending to.
I'm pretty sure
So,
you have spoke of your siblings. They would have similar hair.
Perhaps we can hope that they don't find success and have some troublemakers alleviated from our...
Well, there you go.
that would certainly make some things easier. Considering.
After this whole thing gets cleared up again, I need to talk with you about some future business plans, okay?
Of course.
At the moment, my attention is a bit split, so...
It's not exactly the best time, no.
Indeed.
At least the little worm is not at the forefront of causing the problem this time. Small
I mean, if my sisters looked
favor
like
that
me
is.
and it was from a different parent, I'd be slightly
Perhaps there.
Usually it's a courier.
If all our issues befell on one set of shoulders, it would be an awful lot more convenient to alleviate ourselves of said problem.
Quite true. It'd be nice not to have to worry of that any longer.
I know one of my sisters is in magical, others are, some go to school, some wander. That's kind of all I know. I don't know what they're all getting up to.
Actually,
As I said, I don't really get letters here.
I don't think I've ever caught your name, actually.
This one I've told you.
Maybe you told someone else.
But I guess I did tell a lot of people when you all first came here.
It's also been a little while, admittedly.
Know your name.
Right, Villain.
Villain. I'll do well to remember that.
Well, if you don't, it's perfectly fine.
You should be used to that.
I am.
So what's the plan?
You
from
also.
here, then?
There you go.
Stay here until if they actually do something.
I believe they're doing something now.
Oh, lovely.
Wanna make our way towards
I'm gonna
the
head over there.
I think
I believe they said that they were discussing things. At least that's what they were when I
we
was
should
last
be
there.
fine.
At least according to Orpheus. What?
Stay out of the trouble.
Sure.
Plus, I know you'd never forgive yourself if one of them got hurt and you weren't able to help
Are you
them.
okay?
And since they refused to heal them.
Are you okay?
Yes. Why?
You're right.
Is it bad that I'm getting to know you so well?
There's just a striking difference in you.
I don't know.
If you find it bad, then I'll stop. But if you don't,
I don't know how to respond to that one. Sorry. Do you still have the
You don't seem to be running a fever.
No, I past all illness, I believe. I don't exactly want
Grab hand.
coming back.
Flip hand. Pulse seems fine.
okay. What?
starting your beginnings of being a doctor?
I'm just checking regular vitals. You can feel your own heartbeat upon the veins of your wrist.
That's true.
And your neck.
I know, I'm just... Sorry.
Are you okay?
I just heard a certain character's voice loudly scream.
I didn't hear nothing.
Me either.
Don't worry, I'm insane. Don't worry about that.
I see.
You
Oh.
don't want to go lay down for a moment?
I think I get what she means.
You sure?
Yeah, it's fine.
We surely didn't hear it, so you rest assured.
Yeah, I just heard it.
I didn't mean to make it.
Are you hearing things?
Do you have a fever?
I see.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny.
I sort of wish they would just go ahead and do it so we could get done with this and get past all the waiting.
Maybe they're really just weighing their option.
I think they are actually just going ahead and doing it.
Well, I have one method to pass the time that I was taught by my master.
No, Orpheus can do that. And
Here's a sweet suck on it.
What is she, like a kid?
It is useful for many people.
It
If
is
you're
useful.
distracted,
I'll give it
do you
that.
want one?
What flavor are they?
I have melon, strawberry, sakura, and cherry.
I'll take one. You know what? I'll take one. If you had said lemon, I wasn't going to, but I'll
Which
take
one
one.
would you like?
Any of them.
Here's melon.
Thank you.
Apparently the previous me packed a lot of them. I have like 3 bags.
Do another question.
Sweets help the brain.
They're not bad.
Do they really?
Do you need a distraction?
They've always helped me think.
What?
Oh, so the
I
clown.
see. Distracted enough.
Back where I'm from, they were. Though my folks would make their own.
Okay. If I grow,
Not
will
exactly
mine be
sure.
big?
Around the world, obviously. And I'd assume some places have better than others. You know?
Suppose that it would make sense.
I suppose.
I hope so.
Are you sure something is wrong still?
No, nothing is wrong.
Well, for now, at least.
Then I will be outside.
Do you know what is different?
Yes?
You two see anything while you've just been staring off towards that direction?
Can I speak to you for a brief moment?
Of course.
Okay, I will be right back. In fact, we will be right over here.
Miyamoto has some candies.
Okay, first and foremost, why don't you do that to me?
Do what?
What's up, the candy?
I mean, if you would prefer.
I would. I've been watching your technique this entire time.
I will keep this in mind.
Good.
The other matter. Yes, I thought at first was associated with Blackburn. I paid it little heed. Orpheus first pointed it out. Then Elijah.
It shifted, I saw. It was less... How should I say? There's like a purple hue to it, but not too long ago I saw it as a more yellowish color, but not as yellow as it was before when I looked into your eyes.
Yes, they were more gold ones.
I remember.
I believe it is tied to something I did, but I am uncertain, and it sounds somewhat like superstition. I feel I have broken the oath, or rather, I have broken the oath I made to my brother. It seemed to happen after I had conviction in this decision. I made the oath underneath the light of the moon. I believe
see.
it's a reminder or punishment.
I see.
It was the correct course.
Hopefully with no long-lasting detriments.
I hope not. I will just have to be more cautious in my words or rather, my actions henceforth. Make certain I do not bind myself to such things that I should not. Are you aware of the meeting that Empress Kazuya and I had on the dawn
Yes.
of our departure? And the details have been shared with you.
I actually, walked on by and overheard it. I'm sorry if it was not meant for me. I just heard your voice and I thought I could... Never mind. I just heard your voice and just... Never mind.
I hope this does not complicate matters. I feel it is perhaps the best path forward. For all of us.
The only thing I don't really understand is what you are wearing.
Oh.
I mean, I do understand it, but the message you are trying to convey. I don't know how proposals are passed on and such. If that is the aim of what you were trying to get at.
Yes.
Because... Okay, let me put it in a way that I think I can put it in within layman's terms. If a king were to marry, someone, and that king were to die, does that partner get moved on to the next heir, or the next person of the rightful claim of the throne?
Not in all instances, no. It depends on the agreements that were established. This has been worked in such a way that...
I hate to interrupt you two, but a fight has now broken out, so it's probably best we start moving ourselves closer towards the portal.
Very well, maybe it would be a sign of good faith to them, saying we are getting ready to
Yep.
ourselves.
Come on.
Very well. Let's see to it. We can finish this
I'm
conversation
sure
later.
Snow already said something, but the fighting started outside of the house where things were meant to not be able to be seen, so if you have any possessions, you might want to grab them in case we have to sprint to the portal.
I actually need to go grab something real quick.
I do as well.
I will escort you both in.
Thank you.
Ah, shit, my master's blade is also here. I should also grab that.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, all the more reason.
My memory now.
Good. I do not have much with me. Has Jasper returned
He
yet?
has already gone ahead.
Good. Let us catch up then. Arigato.
Yes?
Nothing.
It's bad. I left.
We are preparing to move towards the gate.
Looks as though it's going to get worse for those engaged.
Before the guards get mad.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
We're going to head for the gate.
Okay.
Very well.
Yes.
I did happen to make a friend, so that might be a bonus.
Something at least.
I recommended they seek you out. At least to say thank you.
Very well.
We
I'll keep it in mind. Shall we then?
Great.
Thank you.
Are you leaving?
At least sticking close to the gate.
That makes sense. Group of guards, I'm not sure whether they were Sunfire Court or Shimmering Nothing, just joined the fray again, so.
Right.
It's best to just walk out calmly.
Can't even.
Around here or further on would probably be the safest. It allows us to
Portal's
see
that
both
way.
avenues of attack.
Yeah.
Depends on if you want to go south of the portal now or wait.
Waiting may not be bad.
Not in the middle where we can be surrounded. If you stand by a
All
rock, I
depends.
will climb it and keep eyes up.
Let's move forward over here just a bit then.
I kicked out something.
You know what? Good idea.
Oh shit.
Stop her!
No.
Don't involve yourself.
We can't get involved.
The intent surely was readable.
They have a couple mind magic spell. They're trying to get Johan to break him. If Johan decides to get involved, then
Well, that's how it went.
Was that the last one of them trying to slip away?
Yes, well, they more than tried. They got through the portal. Whether Nyx followed or not, it was hard to tell. And regardless of whether or not they made the portal, they ran through the entire market, so it would be impossible not to notice. So... the Shimmering Nothing definitely know of this. Whether they're going to pick individuals or lump us all in is something I do not know. Either way, in the coming weeks, it might be best to watch shadows more closely.
Yes, no doubt. Certainly
Should I
put
hold on to
ourselves in a situation.
But you are afraid that you lied.
I'll be fine. Just
I would say we'll be safe once we're in Kalypsia, but they did just show up there whenever they wanted in the first place, while we were flying, so...
Making an enemy of a group that can go wherever they please
Sure.
when they want is not the wisest course.
I'm standing here, not going there. I'm being
Well, if it makes you feel any better, they definitely have at least one person target in mind. So we're gonna.
The fighting is over.
Yeah.
I feel like the moment I'm gonna sit down, I'm gonna have to get back up. So.
That has been my day.
Not until we are actually told to leave.
Your what?
Fighting's over.
It has been my day of sitting down and then immediately having to get back up.
Doesn't change anything.
My apologies.
Stay here.
That is not your fault.
Yeah.
It is my duty.
I told them to do
I like your new clothes, by the way. Are you feeling any better?
sprint through the
I feel better now not wearing clothes ripped, torn, and covered in blood.
Quite at least I think the last thing they did.
I also feel better now that I have identified the potions in my collection to be pain relief ones.
Why is this shield faced towards us?
Because he's an idiot.
No, here comes Nyx.
That's why.
Did he get his
Is that the real
outfit
gold?
so wide that he
No, it
doesn't
is.
distinguish enemy from friend now?
Very fancy.
Thank
I approve.
I can't see him.
Snow.
Yeah.
Move out of my way.
No, you stay.
Touch me,
Coming out of
and
his
I'll
stomach?
claw your eyes out.
That's hard. I see.
He said that, and you know he probably means that.
He's.
I guess he just wants
You know
to
he
die.
probably means that.
Yes.
That's a casual. That's gonna suck if he doesn't get it treated magically. Soon.
There apparently was a fight.
He has a sword through his entire belly.
The dead bodies down there.
And no
it's
doubt he
the
blames us for not
flavors,
stopping the one he was
something.
apprehending. Or attempting to apprehend.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
At least
Maybe.
outside their buildings.
I'm not sure, but I think we watched him toss the body over the entrance.
He's.
You're right.
I got a stab.
This
Little thing kept running around.
Want some time to cool off.
Wouldn't sit still
If you
and
want
bite.
to. I just don't want you getting hurt trying to heal him. Because right now his emotions are very
Get to Snow. Have a cure. You.
Mission accomplished,
A
though.
sword is impaled through his chest, Finch.
That's why I was
Go get to
going
Snow.
to say we can
I
afford
hope
to
it was
carry you.
worth it.
Aye. 'Twas.
Careful.
Slavers are dead.
You know, the
Save that
one
thought for the
rule
long
we
run.
were supposed to not break, and we promised all.
The thing is we were given this opportunity by the broker himself.
Well.
And the broker is the law here.
It seems like there is no law here.
We were given conditions to be here, and you all broke it.
If I heal you,
A run
I'm
of our own.
aiding in this.
Well, it looked like that way. Were you not?
So now, if you're so torn, at least throw some bandages on the ground so she doesn't bleed to
No, I
death.
did not want to be involved. No.
Make your choice. Don't complain about it.
It was made obvious
there's
that we would
someone injured
clearly
inside of you,
separate
just heal
ourselves if
them.
it brought everyone
Don't
else
ask why.
down.
Yes, and that'll make everything better by your words.
Please let me assist.
Also, Snow, there's a difference between choosing a side and helping the injured person in front of you.
Depends on who you speak with at this point.
Besides, given that Nyx is not here, I doubt they're taking a look at
She's just
Maeve.
isn't on you. She's basically getting.
There's a
stuck
time
out
to
of the
get
house.
healed, it's now.
There might be a scar, but yeah.
So is it
I should probably see if I can alert the infirmary head. I did promise.
She knows,
Be aware.
but she's not going to treat any of us. She can't get involved.
I will make sure of it then, just in case.
Sure, go for it.
So come on.
Can we sit down somewhere?
Let's go,
Accidentally find ourselves.
Let's go accidentally find ourselves.
I made sure it wasn't
Do you
seen.
know where Faven is
Good.
going?
Plus, all I did was break a lock.
How bad was it?
I suspect there's no survivors.
If you mean stealth-wise, it was pretty rough. This little girl that came running out, or whatever, woman, she just kept running around and surviving all sorts of blows. I suspect she had some magic equipment. And she ran right to the market, so, again, even if the broker established something, there's no way people didn't notice. Sorry, Maeve.
I agree.
Out of curiosity, was this acting
She
on
was
the...
also the main mind mage.
Was this acting on the original information you got from the broker, or did you strike a second deal afterwards?
Nix. The broker originally stopped the conflict in the streets here, took Nix to the side, and even discussed a deal with the Sunfire Accord to have them move their slaves to a building on that island. He gave us the opportunity to go where it would not be seen. Unfortunately, we failed to get rid of everyone. Unless the girl was caught.
No, she not only
was
ran
the
through the
only
market,
survivor.
but she ran through the portal. And Nix came back with a sword in his belly, so I don't doubt he won that fight if he pursued.
Either way, it does not matter if one of them was informed of this.
Oh my god.
They, as have been said repeatedly, are not an organization. They are groups that believe in their own sense of justice.
Sure, but even if not the entirety of the Shimmering Nothing comes for us, and just some of them do, it's in trouble enough.
You will be surprised what people will do to keep what they believe to be peace.
True.
Well, that's my point. Did you say something?
Wouldn't be surprised if shopkeepers.
Oh, never
No,
mind.
just thinking.
Yeah, sorry. I heard the voice. I thought it was you.
You're all good.
It was the wind.
It happens around here.
So how's it looking?
Everyone's okay, I think. I haven't seen Fable, but they're in the medical ward, I believe. Everyone's getting seen to. Have you seen where Sed's disappeared to?
No.
No.
He came this way. I think he went with Nix back to the inn.
Thanks. Yeah, everyone's okay. I think we got everybody out.
Yeah. Anything from the Shimmering Nothing?
Step on my shoes.
Anyone yet?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. That's fair
We were
enough.
told that they'd stay away because it's a quiet area.
Yeah, but then one of them ran through the market, so... I don't know.
We'll have to see.
Yeah, we will.
The guards were after you here. They'd probably come for you already, honestly.
Hey.
But who knows?
Only a fool believes a battle is won when silence falls. We should still be alert, just in case.
Fair enough.
Good. Did you manage to dispel their colors?
It was rings, and I dispelled fables. The other one wants to keep theirs until they leave the Shimmering Nothing. Apparently it's also their key out of here.
I see.
So presumably we'll need to negotiate something for Fable.
That is correct, isn't it?
But hers seem to do a lot more than the others.
Anything else?
The injured are just getting treated now. As far as I can tell, that's all that's happening at the moment.
Alright. Well, in this lull of... I love the mask. In this lull of time, you want to discuss some things, Sakane, while we wait? We can just step off into the stairs if you want.
Please. Let us deal to that. Feel free to accompany us if you wish.
Privacy.
Either way, if you both wish to come along, I'm okay with it. If you want to stay here,
I will at least keep you in eyesight.
It's not a particularly private conversation, so it's just business. So if you think you're gonna get bored,
I am a man with severe brain issues. Everything is confusing to me.
You know, I cannot relate. Oh, yeah. This flat, it is flattish. Oh. You know, they should put some benches here. They definitely need to put some money into public, parks and services.
They aren't exactly very much into comfort, no.
No. Well, I'm going to sit down here. Feel free to make yourself comfortable. I know I will. As soon as I... There we go.
I'll stand for the moment.
All right. Well, now it feels... Well, we're close. So even if we have a disparity in our heights, I hope you understand that I want to sit down.
I do.
Okay. So, you had mentioned that you were maybe interested in setting up some trading posts and services in the western region of Hinodae. And, well, we didn't really touch on it in the hot springs. You had mentioned you have a need for iron and metals in general. Can you talk a bit more into that? I can sit here and you can stand there if you want to look behind you.
I think I'm going to reposition just slightly. Old paranoias.
All right. That's fine.
So, much of what's needed, or rather, there's a wide variety of things that will likely be needed. Food may be difficult at one point, at least until we can get the farmlands properly established. Other things to help. The boost in population we are anticipating, be able to properly settle. Iron will first be needed, simply for the amount of work that's going to have to be done rebuilding the old armaments of the clan. I imagine goods for conducting repairs on old holdings and all as well. Of course, that's merely the beginnings of things. Beyond that, being able to actually set up meaningful trade routes would be quite good.
Alright, interesting. If I had had this idea since the start of this trip, I probably would have already had something set up through Keshin and a couple other places. It's fine, it'll work itself out. You must understand, given the lowered voice. You have to forgive me, but it is a pet peeve of mine that Jasper thinks to think that I don't understand his eavesdropping. Now, and yes, I understand that he's the advisor to May and all this, but it's just a personal peeve,
I understand.
Anyway, you're right. It should be easy enough to, depending on the place that we land next, for me to negotiate at least a caravan or two to head to the western parts of Hinodae. I've also been thinking of delivering a letter to Asana, see if maybe they're willing to deliver some lumber on my good name. I know that Molly's there right now, so perhaps that's something that can happen. Given that your necessities are very basic, at least to start with, I'm sure you'll need all sorts of things to construct nails, tools. If you're expecting a big surge in population, you need to build housing. You're going to need also tools for farming, a lot of things like that. It should be easy enough next hub of civilization for me to arrange something with the local Oh, look who showed up. Hey.
Neto.
You're late to the fun.
What fun?
They attacked a bunch of slavers, supposedly in a place where they didn't get seen. One of them ran through the market and through a portal, so I guess we'll see if that has repercussions. Fable was rescued, as was some other person that I'm unaware of, and that's that. We're standing here in case we get kicked out. You know, close to the exit. But feel free to head in. Other people have. They seem to be fine.
Who is they? Who?
Everyone else that's not here, Leto.
Well, I meant who was the one that attacked the slavers?
Nix, Ethan, a bunch of... It was a big group, Seaside. Elfie said she didn't want to get involved, and then she got involved in the middle. Toffee, Kira. It was a large group, Leto, this time around. It was led by Nix, though. We're... Yeah?
I mean, I didn't expect it to last long here, considering everyone.
Whatever happens, I go we'll be able to stay here for more than a day, whatever left of this day is, anyway.
Considering the past 2 days we had spent here, I was hoping they could hold themselves at least with some restraint.
Whatever the case, though, Leto, we were discussing some business matters. If you could give us some space. Thank you. At the moment, I mostly am working in luxury goods, as you understand. I wasn't really thinking of setting up anything in the past, so I've worked mostly with these. I've recently acquired from Hinodae a large shipment of very good quality Hinodae tea, which should allow me to finance this caravan, maybe as big as I can get to, for Hinodae, courtesy of May. Given that I also have trade rights there, I should be able to negotiate myself into a good position next place we land. Now, you had mentioned that you'll be willing to trade, you'll be willing to allow me to set up there. Were this caravan to make it to Hinodae, I would be most welcome if some of the materials did go towards setting up a trading post, and some of the population search went towards employees, at least. Borders and the like. Doesn't have to be too big to start with, obviously, but if I'm going to be doing this in the long, or at least the medium term, I need to set up an operation that is at least a warehouse and an office. You understand?
Of course. In fact, I would count on such being the case.
Right.
My thinking with this in part is over time it could be used to help open up more profitable trade routes with, well, they target the other corners of the realm, as it were.
Depending on how well, I guess, your little settlement... Well, first of all, what are we looking at? Is this Terra Rasa? We're starting from zero, or what are we working on?
No. There's old towns and similar, but much of it is sparse. The actual old buildings are lacking. I am putting forward a...
Don't be modest.
They are severely lacking. The clan is scattered. I'm attempting to bring back those that have blood ties or still standing loyalties, or those that...
Is your goal to consolidate, or to try to uplift the entire infrastructure in all of these little separate settlements through, say, a major hub?
Consolidate and uplift, one step at a time. Part of this is to create a new potential power base. Over time, the aim is to unite certain, particularly divided Nogitsune clans.
So you hope that your prosperity will attract the separatists or the people that are reticent, perhaps, to rejoin.
That and other efforts, yes.
Well, those all leave to you. I was thinking, if you're so interested, depending on how well the initial operation goes, and I would say depending on where we go next, but I doubt we'll go there anytime soon, we could try to talk with May, depending on how relations go and the amount of money that we have at the time, to finance a sea expedition with a couple boats to, what's it called, the Dwarf Land, the opposite side.
That might be worth the effort. I'm going to be remaining in correspondence with her.
So will I.
Splendid.
But, what's the name? Orsamar, that's the name, right?
I believe so.
Right, that sounds right. And if you require metals in the future, I imagine you will also wish to use them not just for tools, but if you want to go all the way, you're setting up a hub and seconds capital from the sounds of it. You're going to need soldiers to protect the roads and all sorts of things, so you're going to need armor, you're not going to need weapons, and I guess what best partners in that endeavor than the dwarves.
That is part of the aim, yes. I think you're certainly onto something there. As well with that is hopes that in the long run, it may provide a corridor through which trade from Valinor can flourish.
Valinor?
Yes. Even
I know you're close with Fabian, but I understood that the relations between Valinor and Hinodae were not particularly warm.
They are not, no.
Then?
Opportunities that were not there previously have arisen.
How vague. Very well, if you say so. I'm not one to say no to do some internal trading. If you say there's going to be a new avenue for riches to come through there, then I will take your word for it.
It may take some time, but I believe there is. Certainly opportunity.
Then
I can say that at least with many of these things, Malin and I have a united vision.
Right. Well, like I said, I'm not against some insider trading. Once we set up the workshop and the main office, perhaps a little outpost halfway through might be a good source of income. Tell me, I don't much understand of how the positions of nobility work in Hinodae. Do you collect taxes for the Empress in your territory that you then give a portion to her, or is it mainly done through the state?
Yes, in general, it's that
directly the state guards, the Empress? Okay.
At least that's how it was in the past. Of course, some of that went to local infrastructure and the like.
Right. Do you have any thoughts of, are you going to give incentives to the new colonists?
Yes, I'm intending on it. It may be some time before we can get the proper surge, but we will have to do some preparations before that. In addition to such, some of the lands are particularly untended at the moment. We could offer incentives to those that are already within Hinodae.
Right. Depending on how much you have on your hands, I can think of a couple ideas. Perhaps, depending on how many people you get, I suppose it's a different matter. Well, I guess that's a state issue. We can discuss that separately. I will say... Oh, I lost my train of thought. She said coming over. Give me a second.
Quite alright.
Right. Where do you foresee this big wave coming from? They're not just gonna materialize, right?
No, they are not. I can give you a better assessment of that when we are not in a place such as this.
That's
There
entirely
are
understandable.
certain details I cannot openly share.
Yes, understandable. Your voice became really loud there. You should double check if you're still whispering.
I am for some reason.
I see. That's really odd, but that's fine.
Is it better?
No. Yeah, no, it is.
Weird, I went to talk. Anything?
Sorry to disturb.
No trouble.
I just want to let you know that apparently people are whispering about the Kalypsia and have been giving people, as I quote, looks. I do not believe we are out of the water yet.
Likely not. Thank you. Perhaps we should see about moving back to
Yeah, we can.
Haven and some of the others are instead of.
We can pick this up later or another time. I do have a few things I would still wish to discuss, so.
Yes, understood.
All right.
I would like to try and solidify plans with you at some point.
That's no issue. I suppose if we're going back, I may as well head back with you too.
Were we not ready to leave? Isn't that not why we're here?
No, actually, we are going to head back in that direction. That's what I meant by leaving. And I imagine that you will come along, which is why I'm waiting, so we can all come along. I'm guessing you gave me a thumbs up. I couldn't tell because I only saw your shoulder move up, so. Because, your darkness. Okay, good.
Maybe you need to bring a white card with you or something.
I cannot bring anything.
True.
Corporeal.
Maybe have someone else.
Are you comfortable?
White with them.
Yes, I have quite the comfortable pillow to lean on.
Splendid.
Apparently I'm a pillow.
I can certainly see why.
I was withholding comment.
Really now? Now I'm curious.
She is the most downy individual I can think of on the ship, with all those feathers.
Damn.
I won't feel insulted.
At seeing in the dark.
Apologies.
I mean, just look at her.
Who's to say your tails are not fluffy or something? What if someone
Oh, they are.
slept on your tails?
I've already had that happen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh!
One, and there were Cedric and Holly on a trip through the woods. Yes, we were returning to where the others were, just in case. Apparently there's whispers around about regarding the Kalypsia.
And those whispers are?
What do you think? I told him that is. Where we're going next?
No.
No.
Okay.
Where are we going?
All that I matters. Well, according to said, we are going to a town called Owen. We have been requested
According
by
to
the
said?
Shimmering Nothing. Yes. We have been requested to go to a town called Owen to investigate the disappearance of one of their informants. And if we do this, nothing will have happened.
Oh, okay, I see.
They were going to make this request before, but because of what happened, it looks like it's more of a...
Where
The main.
exactly is that near the north side?
Where's Owen?
I don't know where it is. However, the most important thing to know is that it is where that dust is manufactured.
Officia?
Yes.
I still have a whole brick of that. Okay.
I suppose I will not be getting rest upon the Kalypsia.
You say we're going.
Unfortunately,
Owen.
I was
A town
actually
called
looking
Owen.
forward to leaving.
Do you mean the kingdom called Owen? Maybe. Said it was a town. The very anti-magic place.
Oh yeah, what the hell? Yeah, it totally went by me because I don't really think about that place.
shit.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Okay,
that's,
that
but
makes
that's cool,
more
isn't
sense.
it? Yeah. Okay.
That makes a lot more sense. Listen, Sed was talking about it like it was some sort of small town, so I was just
Sed's an
backing
idiot.
like he
Don't listen
told
to
me.
Sed. Okay.
I was
It's not just that.
A number of us, likely.
Yeah.
I'm quite
what is
certain. The woman who stole
Well,
parts of souls.
as demeaning as
is
it might be, as long as you hide your tails, you could pass for a wild
there?
folk.
I might have to.
I hide these.
You can't.
There are many that believe wild folk and beastkin are magic.
Yeah, but I suspect we'll have a better time than them. Especially given that Zeta Gamma is so close to Owen, I doubt that. Well, I guess I don't know what their relation might be like. Still, again, I doubt they will have a rough time as well, folk.
Not much rougher than them.
That's unfortunate.
Snow.
I suppose probably we could have refused.
Probably.
Yes, it seems like that the better option is to refuse this.
Well,
don't think we can.
previously we should have been able to, but now they made it you have to do this, otherwise there's going to be an issue with what you just did, according to what he just said. So unless you want to watch Long Shadows in the night for assassins that can literally teleport on our airship while we're flying.
So it was stupid enough to even get involved.
Yes.
And now all of us are dealing with the consequences because they did not understand the consideration of all of us as a whole.
Yeah, that is an apt reading of what happened.
If perhaps a bit cynical.
It's accurate.
Yes, like as I said, apt. I guess no. Maybe if you said that you're some sort of bird wild folk, you won't have any issues now. I don't know if those wings are pretty wide, so.
Yes,
well.
right. That, yeah.
Also, can you heal anyone? Snow.
Yeah.
Yes?
What's going on?
My mind is, I'm just thinking too many thoughts.
I was just coming to let you know they're discussing over in the tavern about what the request was and apparently the next moves of the Kalypsia.
I suppose we should go so we're
We're
not
in
uninformed as to hot water we've been thrown into.
Or
our
worse,
bodies.
misinformed through second-hand information.
No, that's fine. No.
Very well, then that is her request.
No,
I'll take the side then.
Sometimes I wonder if I died.
What makes you
But
question
this is your
that?
punishment?
This is somewhat becoming a fitting one.
Well, you did get stabbed or shot or whatever through the head, so maybe you did. Although it doesn't explain the rest of us, I'm afraid.
Ah, so I have an excuse, and you all do not.
Precisely.
In case you have not heard, I would not recommend going to the markets.
I understand.
Although
they
you were not
left
a
it
part
all
of
in
situations.
chaos in their endeavor.
Yes. You might be fine if you do not tell them that you're from the Kalypsia, but otherwise I don't recommend going there right now. Right now, I believe nowhere here is safe if you're from the Kalypsia.
I would agree.
I think I'll be fine.
Those laborers had creatures much bigger and tougher than you, big guy. I'm just saying. Just be careful, okay?
We'll see.
It's up to you.
All are mortal here, as far as I know.
Anyway, are they discussing the whole Owen thing inside?
I've been told where we're going.
Right, I'll take that as a yes.
I got told something. I don't usually ask.
It's better than is usually managed at times here. Often it's stumbling around in the dark, having no idea what one hand is doing. The headache?
Well, I have plenty of experience in the dark.
I'm beginning to feel one myself.
Well, I wish you all a good time of day. I'm gonna go find something to do, probably sleep.
You as well. Good luck resting.
Yes, you as well.
I doubt there's going to be much rest.
That's fine. Well, for me, not you.
Yeah, it's not. Thank you for your wisdom, Leto.
Yeah.
It never fails.
Well, that... regardless of whatever others may or may not be talking about at the time.
Of course.
And if possible, if what Clifton really is where they are planning on re-entering Birra, first off, elimination of Meredith be a very big boon to us. Secondly, the retrieval of the Shrine Maidens that they get them.
And we still need to know why they want to do what they're doing. They seem intent on destroying magic, but it feels like they know something that we don't.
Well,
and that was in part the reason that we sent our people there in an effort to try to get it firsthand. But it seems that they have fought a bit more ahead than we anticipated. But I do agree with the assessment that if nothing else, the removal of such a key figure in Meredith would greatly cripple their plans. While we do not know the exact extent of why she is key, it is evident that they are hinging their efforts around them. Is there any question regarding the matter, or shall we consider this arrangement to be sound and I can start the preparations to get you a portal to the region?
I can think of none, though certainly we can discuss amongst ourselves, and if any come up, hopefully we can
So much for
engage
returning
prior
to the
our
ship.
departure. Should we anticipate a departure late tonight or in the morning?
I will endeavor to have the portal open by the evening, but should rest be required for anybody that has had excitement today, then the morning is more than sufficient.
Of course. I think we can make sure that work is down.
A hell of a party.
I I'm sure it was. You can tell me all about it upon your return. I would love to hear the details, in as much detail as you can.
I think there'll be one particular part that you might enjoy.
I'm sure I will. Then, I believe that for now, our business is concluded. Did you still need to speak?
No, there is still one matter to privately on.
Very well. I will be heading back to the den. If you wish to speak privately, then by all means,
I'm glad you're safe. We did what we
To
could
the
in the
rest of
desert,
you,
and
I bid you a good night.
then all
And
of that
try to
went
stay out of any
smooth.
more rambunctious parties. We want to hear any rumors.
All party now, but none for me.
No, I'm fine. I never.
Quite
I understand why you did what you did.
Excuse me a moment.
Perhaps.
I'll be right back.
What's up?
Indeed it was.
Certain individuals said in that meeting.
Broker.
Yes.
I wish to let you know that those of us representing Hinodae and Valinor and their political interests do not stand with the Kalypsia in this decision, and did not aid them in this course of action.
As I currently stand, I am not presently aware of what you speak.
There are those of us... Ah, I see.
Nothing
I
has happened,
understand.
Akane. Other than a bit
But
of a
there has
large
been
party.
mention of rumors that something has transpired, in which I will have to look into. But that will take some time.
Good luck then. I see.
However,
There's-
as you have mentioned a representation of Hinodae, it has been conveyed to me regarding a desired meeting between the Empress and representatives of ours regarding the portals. I will be making arrangements for that, likely while you are all away.
Splendid.
But yes, I am going to conduct my business with him, then start making preparations to open a portal to the region that I specified. At which point, once that is done, I will start looking into these concerning rumors that I have heard. But presently, as far as I'm aware, they are simply just rumors.
Understood. That's good to hear.
Yes. Is that all?
That is all. It seems you were already informed of one of the things I wish to potentially speak of.
Yes. The shorter one with the intricate staff told me about it.
I see. I know the one. Curious. I didn't actually know about that, other than what I heard from Jasper, but...
Interesting.
I'm not sure helping the... I can't think of a nice word.
Then simply don't use one.
Very well. I'm not sure helping the drowned rat was a good idea, but... That's what they looked like, at least. But...
You caught at least enough of the conversation, I assume?
Yes, I believe. I see that we've been tasked with performing something at their beck and call, so these actions can be forgiven.
And in furtherance of our, well, I say our, the broad goals of many here to undermine Etherbane's activities.
Mm-hmm.
So, 2 birds, I suppose.
I suppose so.
Of course, I'm certain that anyone who wants not to participate can simply return to Rivendell.
Where we're
or,
asked
if
to...
they are in good standing, remain. Go on.
Where we are asked to interfere gives me pause for some of us.
Why?
Is not the seat of much of this anti-magic sentiment. That is as it was spoken to some of us, at least.
At least to some extent, though. I think it would be wise that we not overmuch make apparent our magical proclivities. But other than that, I am frankly poorly informed as to which precautions would be appropriate.
Very well. I'll keep it in mind at the very least.
Of course. Excuse me, I'm going to make sure that the word gets around appropriately.
Of course. Where did she go? I'm so glad that trouble was avoided, mostly. The dragonkin that was laying on the bench
Particularly?
nearby. Do you know where she went? I lost sight of her.
I wasn't paying attention. I saw her get up, but I didn't see where she went. She might have gone around the corner that way, but I'm not sure.
Towards the markets.
Like I said, I didn't exactly take note of the direction she went. Sorry.
Quite all right.
I'm surprised you're not glued to your moss-like gloom.
You think I don't have my own reasons for actions?
You work for a noble.
Found her.
I suppose I do.
Akane, if for some reason you happen to see the curator around, could you let her know that I need to speak to her? I happen to have one of her possessions, and apparently we've had her back for quite some time, and nobody's told me.
I see. If you can spare a moment, could I speak with you?
All right. Thank you.
Okay. You don't have to sit. I can be brief. My understanding is that there is certain interest that Hinodae has regarding the portals here. Or perhaps you do.
Not exactly. It's more.
Perhaps we can help each other.
I was simply asked to relay a message that Malin wanted to have audience with the Shimmering Nothing since she was concerned about their ability. Goodbye.
Oh. No. Stop. Okay. I'm gonna move to a different part of my room. I'm having troubles. Yes, please continue. As if nothing happened.
I was simply asked to relay a message that Malin wanted to speak with the Shimmering Nothing, whoever's in charge, because she was concerned about their ability to open portals right outside of Hinodae or potentially inside of it.
Understandable.
She wants to ensure that there will be no ill will or any harm brought to Hinodae in that regard.
Of course. Good. I'm glad to hear it.
I was simply relaying the message. Outside of that, I have no interest.
I wasn't sure if there was anything grander at play. After all, their ability to move goods and all, or people, from one place to another so easily is both an advantage and a potentially terrifying prospect if one is to make an enemy of them.
Yes, I believe if I know Malin well, she is not keen on working with people of this sort.
I very much got that impression as well, yes.
So, as far as I'm aware, it is simply a talk of assuring peace.
Of course.
Is that all?
That's all. I was just curious, especially since, well, I have less concerns now that you have spoken. This simply was things I heard from the, what's his title?
The head of the info brokers?
The broker, yes.
Mm-hmm.
It simply made me potentially concerned, is all. So I was hoping to get better details than when he lets them.
I understand the concern. And I appreciate that you're willing to simply speak to me about things like this rather than jump to conclusions or raise your voice as many others do.
I may jump to a few here or there.
Well, you're at least a bit more tactful about it.
Hold. Yes.
There you are.
Apologies.
Sorry, I had a moment where my mind clouded over and I did not know you had left.
It is okay. We will get through this. Excuse me, 1 second. That's all. I do not wish to take much more of your time.
Alright. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfie.
Matter?
Hey. Sorry for disturbing.
Not at all. Our conversation was already done.
No trouble. I suppose
I am sorry for my lapse.
It's quite all right. We all have hardships we are trying to get through. I cannot fault you for what was done unto you. Besides, you did that in... Oh, oops. Sorry. You did that in service to others. I had a moment myself. I'll just start looking.
Damn it.
I'm not sure where Faven and Sprout got off to, but...
I was just checking to see if I needed to set any more aside before you leave.
Excuse me?
The thing we spoke of last time you were here, that you requested. I didn't know if you needed more yet or not.
I'm sorry,
Someone can speak with you in private in the moment.
I do not remember.
Certainly, yes. Seems to be much of my day today.
Sorry. Do you mind if I pull you aside? Just like 1 second. It won't take long.
I'll come find you.
Thank
you. I'll come find you in a moment.
Speak next to the Stone Dragon, I guess? Yeah, that's
Yes,
probably
that
best
works.
method. Oh boy. I'm gonna have a private conversation. Thank you.
Snow.
I was looking for Seb, okay?
That's fine. No, it's right. He's by the water.
Where's the water? Can you point me in a direction? That way,
Where the
okay,
glowing-
I can't see.
Woo! Shit. I don't know what's going on there. I don't really know too much about kitsunes, but I've been told that they're spiritually connected and such, right?
We originally hail from the spirit realm, yes. Or our ancestors may have.
Do you
Somewhat
have
closely
any skills, perhaps any ways to see or figure out anything spiritually there?
What do you mean? What are you implying you're getting at?
I can't figure out something, and I'm quite certain it's a spirit. So, that's my current guess at this point. I was hoping you could assist me in that.
I could attempt, but I do not know how much help I would be. Some kitsune are not directly from there, though we are able to open pathways if we have, well, a strong enough connection. That's why we had to make use of that ritual to get into the spirit realm. And Meilin was the focus.
I don't know. I don't really know too much about spirits. I have my grains of salt, but we often commune with them as a sort of thing like their souls. So it's a different way. Just trying to understand spirits and your perspective and the nature of them.
I understand, and that I may be able to assist to some degree. It is considered a great misnomer, or rather insult, to refer to a spirit as a ghost. They are not one and the same. Spirits are in no way connected to the dead, or the realm of Saj. They are... More so in some ways, you might consider them an embodiment of what is, or in some cases was. Concepts in some cases. Sometimes stranger powers, or even nature itself. Even objects can have spirits associated with them.
Do they tend to commune with the people, or
Perhaps in some cases. There are those that are more attuned to such, yes, I would imagine. Or pursue such avenues of engaging in conversation with the spirits. I suppose if you spoke of shamans or similar, some of them may engage with such priestesses as well. In Hinodae, a number of those tied to kitsune may practice matters that deal with spirits. It is not wholly pervasive everywhere, though. No. I'm afraid I am not the most versed with such. Many of my affairs and dealings dealt more with this realm rather than the other.
can you see see the spirits or anything like that? Or maybe even commune with one, maybe?
Perhaps I have not tried. But if need be, I could attempt it.
After Hinodae, I've been trying to understand more about spirits and those differences, since I don't know exactly, what occurred, but spirits seem to be in any area, right? Even in our world. So, do they make, I just want to know if you have any method or way to see or speak one.
Not that I know. I've never made the attempt. I give prayer and praise to some.
Do you know of any specifics that might, hunt lives?
I could see it, yes. Perhaps an entity that's vengeful. Or other reason, it's just more predatory in nature. With spirits, they all have a tendency to have a nature that they gravitate towards. At least many, as far as my understanding. Kitsune can be varied, strange, different. There are also our kin that are much more different than the rest. Nogitsune, they are sometimes called. Like myself.
I'm just trying to figure out something.
Perhaps I can help you sometime if you have
Please.
inquiry that can be acted upon. But I am unsure as
Please,
to how much I would be. There was a shrine maiden with us. I have not seen her in some time. She might be a good one to talk to as well. Perhaps better than I. If she tended the shrine that we were all at during the ritual in Hinodae, then she most likely engaged and dealt with the spirit realm.
Is there any spirits you know that might have been in the northern side?
Northern
where the
side?
winter is eternal, basically?
What?
You know, where I come from.
I'm
Everything's snow.
No. If there is something truly troubling, though, for you, I can attempt, but you'll have to provide me with more than just that. The priestess would be your first bet, I think.
If there was anything around Frostheim, that spirits that you might have any idea of.
I'm unsure. Again, I was much more involved with more direct affairs. Much less the esoteric.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Snow, that I can't be of more help. It's clear that something troubles you.
I'm very scared, but
Is this about the time that there was an outburst of violence from yourself? I know of it. Do not be ashamed. Clearly there was something else at play, Little Dove. you are not the sort to strike out. But things like this, I had to keep note of.
Just don't know what it is and what it wants.
Does it talk to you at times?
It might have spoke when I was by the side, speaking about devouring souls.
Curious. If I can help you in some way, I will, but I do not know how much aid I will be.
The last time I got those two hurt because of whatever that was, I'm scared to do it again.
That you have remorse and the desire to avoid bringing harm to them in any way is admirable, at the least. Many would still continue, selfishly. Just be careful. But I do not think there's much I can do, unless if you can find more information.
If I was able to stop it for a moment, they pushed whatever that was back, and I gained control of myself again. My body. My soul.
I see.
But if it were to happen constantly, I don't think my soul can handle dark magic.
I'll keep this in mind. If I can think of anyone that might be able to assist you better, I will make note of it. Unfortunately, my own abilities, as they were, I guess, if you would call it that, in the realm of magic, lend itself more to elementalism. I'm not so sure I could help.
That's perfectly fine. It's just, as long as you're able to find something. If I can find a way to just stop it from watching me.
I'll try. If we return to Rivendell or any place such as that, perhaps pursuing such in the libraries may not be a bad idea. But otherwise, you may be on your own as far as research. In fact, there is perhaps one person who will be able to help you right there.
If I'm intruding, I'll leave.
No.
Seems as though you're having a private conversation.
No trouble.
It's fine. We're fine.
I simply wanted to see how you were both doing, I suppose. And, well, if you'd be joining, I suppose. Yes, I think, but... are you coming with... Do you know what is going on?
Oh, to Owen? There's so much danger going there. But we have no choice.
Yes. Those of us who are more overtly magical will need to take some precautions, but...
I will try to accompany, but I kind of have no choice. I heard tell that one of our targets, the one who with the parasol and such, her name escapes me right now, but I know I have it in my notes somewhere.
Maribel or Marisol?
Meredith, I think was.
Meredith.
Yes. She's there. I believe.
We believe so.
And as I think I'm the only one who can't get affected by that soul stealing she does.
She attempted previously on you, did she not?
Yes, and against what people may believe, I doubt that it's the parasol truly being the thing that makes the souls being stolen. Fragments. If she used her eyes and not her parasol to do it.
Well, we can hypothesize about that on the walk, I suppose. Or...
Of course.
And if Meredith is there, I can't let her be killed. We have to find a way to incapacitate her and knock her out.
Why?
Whatever frag she has, she will possibly, if she's killed, those fragments could be lost forever. And, or even the people who are connected to her may perish in turn. That includes the curator, one of the former Fire mage from Rivendell, and various others.
We may face the possibility that the choice is between her death and allowing her to continue, and between those, there is a clear option, I suspect.
I would agree.
Yes, but planning a way to incapacitate we can. It's the best we can do currently. I know it might not be the first option, but...
If we had more time, then we could put countermeasures in place, but what we can put together quickly, I'm not sure. Mayhaps we can put together some sort of defense against... What is it about you that makes her magic ineffective?
I don't know. Whatever she tried to do, I think maybe it's my attunement to my soul magic, or something just... Either case, I don't know. And I don't want anyone else to lose fragments of their souls, because if she does die, we may also be losing lives of the Kalypsia. Permanently fractured souls do not stay forever.
And if that is the case, then leaving her alive if she refuses to comply could also result in their demise. Could it not?
If we incapacitate her, I will have the ability to actually separate the pieces of her soul. That I know I can do.
Yeah.
But if she is killed, then there's no chance. The soul fragments that she has collected will be lost. There's a slight chance that they'll return to the hosts. However, knowing how the Aetherbane has been planning and how this woman is just honestly a monster, not even alive actually, it's best to say they have other methods to make certain that those pieces are not lost to them.
If it is the object that grants the power, should the object be seized by a soul-wielding mage, might that be sufficient to preserve the fragments even if she's killed?
Perhaps. So any soul mages who have some affinity to it most definitely will. But if I'm correct, you're going to face the brunt of whatever that is. But that is also to say, if she is killed, whatever happens with the souls is gone too. She does use the parasol most definitely to do this, but however she steals the souls is not via the parasol itself.
Whatever the case, if there's something about it that is a foci of some sort. Neither here nor there, it's all supposition.
Either case, getting both the parasol and her incapacitated is the best for us. Because if we separate one of the two, it's possible we lose it all.
May not be afforded that luxury, but we could try.
Well, we do have people who can make potions to sleep and such, and although I'm not a big fan of what Nyx does, sometimes he does have ways to insinuate fear. A possible moment of reaction, any method best to stop her.
I doubt it would be so
But
easy.
you mustn't look at her eyes.
Are you certain?
Well, should it become relevant, then I'll inform you both at least that I am a soul mage. So.
That's wonderful.
Perhaps you two can work to some kind of accord or solution.
And possibly finding some sort of method to protect people's souls.
It has been on the list for some time, but it has fallen in priority compared to, well, the ritual and other things. It should be plausible that one could make a warding against such theft. Whether, well, it would, I think, likely become a test of strength, and that is a more difficult proposition. Pokai can give an edge in these sorts of things, but if she has enough raw power, then it might be that there's nothing that can be done, except by one who's powerful enough in turn, or has some other situation.
She's artificial, to say the least. In turn, she's able to hide herself easily, so...
I believe that I'm going to retire.
All right. It's a short time, but if possible, maybe I could try. If you don't know how to see souls, maybe I can try and teach you later.
I'm unfamiliar with it.
Oh, good. Akane,
You want me to get it up again?
I wanted to finish our conversation, but I guess if you want to more urgently talk with someone else, then that's totally fine. We can pick up another day.
I'm not sure what else we need to cover immediately, but if you wish to continue or have questions, I can certainly
Well,
I can
mostly. It'll just take a minute. I'll find you.
Alright. You talk.
Apologies.
I was mostly given the new information that came to light regarding Owen. They being the place where we'll go next. While I don't think that it might represent a problem to try and get some supplies there from there to Hinodae. So we'll see what I can cook up, but you know.
At least in
I guess no.
There is no immediate rush. I'm fine trying to.
I know.
Establish something for you.
That's totally fine. I know. Do you mind if I inquire what was so important that Mia walked up and started talking with you? She left a meeting with Elfe and Nyx.
She was informing us about the decisions that were made and where we were going. There were
You're being vague again.
I apologize. There were concerns, of course, with the soul mage in their company, and that was brought up as well, that they might be there.
Right.
She was asking if we would be going or not, and it was mentioned, of course, that those of a more obviously magical nature might need to do things to guise themselves.
Right. Well, fair enough. Sorry, I guess. Well, when I saw... It's odd seeing Mia in a meeting with both Elfe and Nyx, so...
That I was curious about, but I imagine it was concerning much of the same. At least, when she went over to us after. I suppose Nyx is leading this foray into insanity.
Yeah. Right. No, I mean, I also am for long term, and it's just, I guess, you know, the sooner the better, I suppose. It's not like I'm in a hurry, but if you can get things done in a speedy time, then in a expeditious sort of way, then that would be the best.
Some of it will be tricky, but if you have trade routes running as well, or what? You begin such through parts of Hinodae, even if it's just at the capital. I'm wondering if perhaps there might be some means to use that to assist me in getting word out regarding certain things.
That wouldn't be an issue, yes.
Splendid. If we can work out an arrangement as such, I would appreciate it. I'm
We
going to
can...
have to get word out regarding the Centauri crew.
That's fair. We can probably work some benefits, some privileges perhaps in trading. We both have to get things off the ground though, don't we? You with your clan and at least making contact, and me with setting up at least an office somewhere that doesn't want me dead. Well, maybe not me, but most of the people I trade with, or I wish to trade with, dead. So...
That does get particularly tricky with some of those we keep company with, I suppose. Or the places we
well... I still plan to set up a shop in places like Owen and maybe even Solasta if we go there. However, the nature of those operations will definitely have to be of perhaps more internal trading or some other subversive sort of thing. It feels like a lot to try to get in this trip, but I want to at least set up a little something. I'll figure it out.
Best take advantage
Owen
of
must be getting their supplies somehow. I suspect either the state has secret deals with other places, or they're poaching of Zeta Gamma, maybe piracy through Tortuga, neutral deals. I'll figure it out, and I'll try to get my slice of the pie. And from there, you.
I look forward to it. Future merchant prince.
Vanity is the way to my heart. But let's not go saying those words. Something so lofty, not quite yet. I need to catch the formation trader. I suspect we'll be doing deals on my side of things quite a bit. So.
Actually, never mind.
Yeah.
I'm not into that.
Wait, what's that? What?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I caught it! Oh my god, she's available! Oh my god! Oh my god, there's somebody taking
Public change!
The line for Connie!
Yeah,
Who is gonna go get
the
it?
line for Connie. Let's
Public change!
I could just
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
No.
I have caused the situation.
There's a
He's
line!
waiting.
I see.
Yeah, there's a line.
Good luck,
And then
Akane.
there's
The
a
line has
line
moved up.
there's a line for talking to you, and there's a line of talking to you or talking to Jasper, and I wanted to have to Snow, and then there's a line of she wanted to talk to
He gave her
Aldrin,
his
and then
balls.
he gave me my balls, and I swallowed so good. I'm a good swallower.
Of course.
Yeah, Doku, help us. Doku, help us.
Well, then a good swallower too.
They were supposed to last 4 hours.
I'm a good swallower.
I can surely get those powers.
Please.
And now she keeps saying that. And it is definitely making some people think. It is certainly making people think the wrong thing.
No, you haven't. I do not believe that for a minute.
That is most unfortunate.
Oh, hey!
Hello.
You're having a good time.
Yeah, no, I agree.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Oh, really? Hell yeah, I took 2 balls from him.
Oh,
Yeah?
Yeah. It's true.
That is something.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I'm very sorry for this.
Quite alright.
I'm supposed to say to that.
I'm also very sorry for what may possibly happen.
Happens a lot.
Jasper, have you talked to me about have you talked? I'm gonna Toffee.
Hi.
Please.
Yeah?
Never say that again. That's a snake.
Don't.
I can't promise
No,
anything.
Ken.
I'm sorry, I can't promise anything. I
This
just
is a
can't.
conversation where you
Don't.
can try not to. So bad. Just
Try. Yeah, try.
Okay, I'm gonna try.
What?
I'm gonna try.
I think you
If somebody
just need
says
to
anything,
relocate if you want to actually have this conversation.
I'm very confused.
I feel like this will keep going.
I'm
Just sitting here to make myself available.
I will explain it fully later.
I see.
Let's what the
Did you need to speak to me?
No, I was just here to make sure you're safe.
Thank you.
How's that go?
Definitely something better than that.
Great.
Sorry.
Let's last that good.
Hi.
Does she still know that you're
Hello? Is she cared?
flirting with the girl?
Yeah. I assume you were gonna head back to
Oh hell yeah, that's good.
But the day
Did you need
find
to
the
speak
people in the
of
spirit realm.
some?
It's more so you need to speak to me.
I need to speak to
You
you.
pulled me aside
Honestly,
before,
might
and we
try
got
and
interrupted.
head back to
So I was just
Brooklyn
making myself available for you if you wanted to continue that, but that is only if you wanted to.
No, please.
Okay, either way.
We can go stand on top of that rock. It's dramatic.
I see.
You okay? I always carry some on.
Are you a regular ore farmer, Connie?
Not always, but I'm trying to get better at it.
I think this is a step in the right direction.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure that getting up high is the first thing.
I was clearing my throat, I'm sorry.
Of course.
I will wait down here so you may have your conversation in private.
Then, in here, I wanted a little more privacy.
I understand. I'm sorry.
Do you understand?
I do not understand.
I don't think you do.
I do not. I suppose I do not know. I believe I was attempting to explain certain things. I guess I should be quiet. Yes, there. You were curious about the manner of dress I chose.
Yes. As, again, we both know that at this point, Malin is a taken woman in this.
Yes. There is certain symbolism in such, of course. Us was the intention. How to explain? The way things have been. Thank you.
What?
Nothing. Now you put on your serious face. The way things...
Really? I could change it.
No, that's fine. The way things were set up, effectively, when Faven has passed, or if at some point, perhaps, certain things were deemed politically beneficial. There is much that falls to me. I have agreed to take up all agreements and standings that Faven had. This...
Inclusion of the marriage.
Yes.
Okay. That clears up at least that one.
I wished to convey to the Empress that even though there were certain paths through this that I could exploit, or I could simply wait and take advantage of the situation, that anything I do gain from this, I fully intend to earn.
I see.
we are very much of like mind in what is seen.
You mean me and you, or you and May? Or you and Faven?
Myself and May. I think we
You are more.
have a shared vision. For Hinodae.
You two are more like than you think, yes.
I should tell you of several things. Again, I intend to take no advantage of things. I know that there is through this I could, if I truly wish to, establish a claim to the throne for myself. I do not wish that. I believe it would be a mistake. I took the hacks upon myself to get across that while this of course may dissuade Faven from certain paths, I knew his intentions with the nature of this arrangement, and I wish to bind myself to similar for assurances. However, I will do what I can to earn her trust in time. I hope that one day she is proud, perhaps, to have me stand beside her as an ally. And perhaps a friend.
And a wife.
Yes. I put several options on the table for for what I asked Faven to do. I was the one that originally suggested I suggested him making me his heir. Apparently this was already his plan. He even had the documents on hand, and has had them for some time. I suggested a number of options, should he wish to use me as leverage after that was done. One was potentially to the Empress herself. The payoffs with that were much more immediate for all intended goals. Another was that he might bind his house to her. I suggested this one last. I put the least weight upon it. There was another option I presented as well. I asked if he could perhaps look to Hinodae's counsel, or an advantageous noble, or perhaps her advisor. Of course, the political advantages with that were not quite as sound. A while back, I asked if you would do me a favor, in that I wish to know if you would advise me, as you have advised her in the past. And I suppose at that time, that was regardless of the outcome of things, or what my intentions may have been. But more so now than ever, I would value your help.
I see.
Know that I'm not entirely happy with these things. But I think it's knowing myself, it is a path through which I could be content. I don't want to try and scramble to be at the top. I don't... Sorry.
You're fine.
There's something I realized. As we both know, Faven's time is limited. The wasting disease could take centuries away in little time. Hopefully he will be around for a while, but I'm worried for you as well. After everything you told me. And I hope you will be there for a very long time. If there's anything that can be done, I will do it. But I had to face the reality. As I was seeing the pieces fall into place, and realized I might actually be able to do what I would have thought was once impossible. I had a realization. Those that I am closest to, my closest friends, my closest allies, I worry how long they will be by my side. I work best with someone else beside me. I should not be allowed to strike out on my own, not with ambition or otherwise. I do not trust the path that would take. But when someone else is there to balance me out, I am at my best. I think there's a very real possibility that both Malin and myself, despite positions we may have been born into, or acquired, or struggled for, could very realistically find ourselves alone and a raft of allies.
You at least have each other. But
it would be better, I think.
you've chosen someone that you would want by your side.
Have I?
Yeah, have you?
I believe he is standing before me.
I see. I'm flattered. That you think so highly of me. The unfortunate reality of it, though, I'm pretty sure Noe has said what it means to... I don't know if it is right to prefer it as fixing this or fixing me.
I should go dismiss him. There's no reason he should have to wait on me.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Miyamoto-san, I am sorry for keeping you waiting. I will be safe in
No.
Jasper's company. I have sensitive matters to discuss with him. I relieve you for the evening. Thank you. I felt much safer having you by my side. I appreciate it greatly.
It is my duty. But I shall go rest then.
Yes.
If that is what you wish.
If you wish, you do not have to add straight to rest. Whatever you need.
I have a very big headache, ma'am.
I understand. When we
Then
have
I
an
will go
opportunity,
rest.
I will try to see what I can do for you in that regard.
Arigato.
Am I getting soft? I believe I was more considerate in that than I would have been in the past.
Well, you might just be doing right by him for not letting him wait for you for so long.
Yes. I suppose so. Would you like to sit somewhere and talk?
Of course.
I seem to have chosen a place that was dramatic, but not necessarily the most comfortable. We can sit, but wherever you would prefer to continue our talk. I apologize for interrupting it by walking away.
You're quite fine.
This is fine.
I'm
Fine with you.
We can be elsewhere.
Please. Wherever you choose, consider me at your disposal.
Do you want this to be rather private?
If you feel it should be. I suppose I do not mind. Either way. I just wish for you to be comfortable.
Already am. And it's not because of the place. It's the person in question. But there are rooms after all.
Yes. not used to having someone on retainer. I feel terrible for
Well, you have two technically.
leaving him around.
So if it wasn't there, they're dead. Can I have it?
What you got there?
But that was a squirrel.
A dead squirrel.
Oh, the squirrels in here?
That's what I was saying. So, the most logical explanation in my mind is the netting, right? Which is terrifying that just happened. Well, that was. But if they were like a person, could they?
I have dead squirrels here. Well, they sell dead squirrels. Dang it. This is one of the few. Actually.
Whoops.
Do you have a room?
I do.
Is it the same one that you picked before?
I am sometimes a creature of habit.
More so of consistency.
I've had more private conversations in here today than I expected.
My goodness. Makes me want to break the mold.
In what regard?
As in not following the herd mentality.
Well, if you would prefer to be somewhere else, that is fine too.
You are too easygoing. I'm just merely inconveniencing at this point. Though to be in your room and presence and bed in twice in a day. It's just like before. So
just like before.
Yes, before you. There was a point in time where you couldn't get your hands off me. Not that I disliked it.
I don't quite remember it that way, but
You were rather assertive is all. I merely offered to walk you to your where you were staying aboard the Kalypsia.
Oh.
And then you just straight up abruptly said no and just grabbed my hand.
That might have happened.
It definitely did happen.
It did.
It's very clear in my memory because, well, it was one of the very few times you were very assertive.
I am plenty assertive.
Are you now?
I am. I am.
Can you be assertive right now?
In what way?
Just being assertive.
I believe we are dancing around the topic at hand. Should we not return to it?
Very well. I suppose just trying to lighten the mood.
I'm assertive most of the time.
Hardly.
I am, just not perhaps around you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Take it as you will.
Maybe I'll grow soft.
I suppose I'll just have to make up for that then.
Forgot.
Something occurred to me today. At the moment, at least, currently, I'm rather defenseless.
Yes, you are. Though that is nothing new for me.
Oh, I see. That's so.
Very much so.
I believe you put too much stock in yourself.
Do I?
Perhaps.
Should I put that stock in you?
Was it not you that was going to me for lessons? Now perhaps I did not carry through with... I should not dwell on that topic.
Yes, you were deriving from the subject that we were speaking of that you wanted us to return to, and now you are leading us astray.
I am. That is my fault this time.
They're changing again. When we were sitting on the rock, they were the faint yellow. Now gone to that pinkish hue.
Is it much different?
Drastically.
That does give me points of concern.
You're not the only one. At the very least, I don't get tired of looking at you.
Same.
But again.
Suppose even with the ridiculous outfits.
You keep bringing that up.
Did you know when Maylin and I were having tea, we brought that up as well?
No doubt.
Just similar points of view. Just similar points of view. That's all.
At this point, I might just be inclined to change.
Would that be out of spite?
Maybe.
How likely do you think it is that we can help you? Sorry.
What I have is a very convoluted, intricate, ancient machination of necromancy and soul. So unless you know where to start with that.
There was a time when we had one that might have been useful as such. But he's gone. I know another necromancer, though.
I know you do. But a modern one.
Yes.
These ruins date back 10,000 years ago. They haven't seen the light of day sins.
Is that the other one?
He is not that old, but our culture runs deep.
Your culture?
Haven't I told you that I found myself surrounded when I was born?
Maybe there's something we could find. There's chronomancers we're in league with, I suppose. Perhaps they would.
I don't know if it's cruel of you to give me some shred of hope.
I'm sorry. I
Trust me, I want to stay.
had this notion. That if we could fix everything. That it could be the three of us setting things right, fixing Hinodae, keeping it safe. We could create the strongest alliance that East has ever seen.
I don't want to leave your side either.
Maybe we
Does it hurt?
find a way to swap.
Maybe. But I want you to be prepared as well. If I cannot be saved.
What happens then if you cannot? With the East? The things there that you mentioned.
Then I hope in my death that, to the very least, it stops what they're planning in their roots. At least then, you will live. They're not going to take away the one person I feel protected around.
I'll try to do my best. It was what you spoke about to me previously when I told you what I was thinking of doing. That truly made me reconsider paths. Even the spot we had in Rivendell, I felt lost. I considered myself a monster. I thought I was better off to just be done. But then you mentioned what was there, what was waiting. Though you did so vaguely, it was not exactly clear what it was that's to be feared there. But that is fine.
What am I doing to you? I'm sorry.
It's okay. I want to try to make these stronger. So maybe we can stand. If it comes to pass.
I don't deserve to be by your side, but I'm thankful that you let me.
I believe that goes both ways.
I've only ever enjoyed my time with you.
And
So don't think of yourself so small.
If anything, I used to have the problem that I thought of myself too largely. I feel I've been humbled more as of late. Or perhaps not, considering the passiveness with which I asked for certain things, or made certain
Really
demands.
now. From what I heard, you always referred to yourself as a blade before.
I did, yes.
Do you still see yourself as an instrument or tool?
I do not.
Good.
That has changed.
Do you think you'd be able to carry on without me? If it came to it? I want to hear you say yes, but... I also don't want you to lie to me.
As crass as it may be, and I mean this, I am attempting to prepare myself for such. I started getting notions of what could be or could have been.
Like what?
If just we hadn't been on this path trying to... It sounds ridiculous to say it. This absurd quest to save the world because of some ridiculous dream. Or at the very least, to just try and make things better. And the homes that took us back are the homes that were there when we were lost and no longer had one. And maybe if things were simpler, or if it's foolish. If you were just the bard, you alluded to me.
I'm glad you have that dream, at least. That vision.
I think the foolishness is still there, given the suggestion I made to Faven when we were formulating our plans. Never mind. It's
what?
Nothing that I think needs reassuring. You know I am, well, loyal to him. He is my friend. And he has shown me how much trust he actually puts in me.
But
do not think for a minute that I would...
Go on.
Do not think for a minute that I would... turn my back on the path I have moved towards.
Okay.
Even for an old friend. I might have ridiculous views still on things that potentially cannot be, or may not be.
It's just the two of us here. Who else is gonna hear and compromise?
Perhaps a shade. But I believe he tends to slip away whenever we're talking for too long. It upsets him.
I could always make a magical light if you are so.
That's fine.
I could literally leave it at the door. He would not be able to get in.
He still can, it's just very uncomfortable.
For whom?
I suppose in that case it's both.
Why couldn't it be me?
Be you what?
I'm assuming you mean that he hugs close to you.
At times. He wanders a lot too.
Well, if you're worried of him eavesdropping in, then I will not force it.
No, it's fine. I'm not. I'll certainly have left at this point. I'm still going to cling to the idea that someone's advisor may still be around. If we can fix things. I'd like that.
What am I to get in the way of your vision? Go on.
Nothing. I think we would both
Go
like that. Quite a bit.
Yes, I suppose I would. I'd actually have a moment to learn how to live.
You deserve it.
I don't think so.
You should not be so hard on yourself.
It is more so merely I've lived selfishly in what, the 4 years I've been alive.
That is not so
Don't
long
know.
a time to live selfishly.
Well, I've already had the memories of 2 other people. It's like I have lived a double life because of that. But just because I remember them doesn't mean I've experienced them. So there is so little that I have experienced. That is what I mean I live selfishly. I don't really see myself. How should I say? I've never really indulged on others until very recently. Everything was just for my benefit and what was easy for me. But it's funny, actually. The very purpose I've done things for the Malin Kazuya, I am quite literally futile now because I no longer have a need to do that anymore.
How do you mean?
Me, you, and Faven all played the game. Except it was more of like 2 against 1. And yet still, no, not to shine my own whistle, but I think I like to think I came out on top. Had you both.
We did admit that one of the points in which we were had, or did lose, was yourself.
I'm good at playing the game. Perhaps better than you both.
I suppose the question then with that is, considering everything else, and the way it played out, do you still feel you won? Or perhaps we were played right into your hands? If so, well played, advisor.
Well, as of current, there is only a benefit for Hinodae. And the Malin Kazuya is more than... Although skeptical in terms of if this is the right choice, not only because if it is trustworthy, but more so if this in the long run does end up, because there are other factors other than the 4 of us. Correct, right?
I suppose there are, yes.
And there are possibilities that there are external forces out of our control that could have us be unsuccessful.
Such as
Therefore,
the world
well,
falling apart.
not only that, but let's say, hypothetically, Valinorian spies catch wind of your plot.
I'm concerned with this, yes.
Yes, but I suppose the same could be said for Hinodae. So that's what I mean, as there could be external for.
I realized I was facing away from you, and that's rather rude.
That's fine. There are other forces, or yes, external forces that could very well leave us unsuccessful in our mission. So it might not even be entirely our fault, no matter how well we are planned. That is what I mean.
That's true.
So, but regardless of that, regardless of those terms of Malin's skepticism, I am led to believe, and this might be the best course of action that we can take. And I suppose that part of it scares me because, well, if we fail, that means anything was futile. So there's a lot riding on our course of action. As you can see, I'm advising you right now, as you've wanted me to.
You are, and it's
And
appreciated. That is what
but with that notion, yes, that is what I mean. I believe I was successful in this, for lack of better words, social manipulation. But because there is no need of it anymore, and I've given you the chance to decide something on your own, rather than the game. Again, it sort of fell flat on its face after I told you the truth. I allowed you to make your own decision, even if it made you hate me in the end.
I did make
So,
the decision that I suppose you did win.
And again, there is no need for it anymore. So, my usefulness has been postponed.
I disagree.
Really now. That was my main purpose, boarding the Kalypsia.
Your main purpose?
Yes, that is what Malin assigned me as. But you are now also serving the Malin, and in some extent, so is Faerun. So I am also your tool.
I see. Well, I think you're a useful tool. Besides, as I stated, I realized I work best with someone else.
That can mean to other people.
It can. It can.
Why is there no reassurance? Never mind. It is fine.
It could mean to others, but that doesn't mean I wish it to be to others. Besides, I believe you and I, even if you did deceive me into falling right into your trap. Which I suppose that is what it is, isn't it? Trap.
You are a very willing captive.
You're very coercive, at times.
It is one of my main traits as
such a thing. I'm so fidgety.
But there are times that I long to be earnest. But now isn't the time. Well, at least in this moment I can be. You are one of the few that I can be honest with.
I would hope so.
And learning that you I nearly drove you to I can't tell you how sorry
No. You did the right thing. And I thank you for it. I was... Vaven's goals meant that he didn't care who sat upon the throne in Hinodae. If I was at the negotiating table, or even if somehow I had plotted some ridiculous coup, or even if it had been someone else entirely. It was just that he wished to make the deal, to see through his own aims, his goals. I could have made things much worse. I had intended, I think, without realizing it, perhaps, very much, to make things worse. It was never her I had the vendetta with. It was with an idea. And I would have destroyed myself and so much more pursuing that idea. I believe you flipped that very much in a way it did not play out quite like it could have.
I'd miss you.
Thank you. I would have missed you as well. I hope you're not mad at me.
Why would I be? Actually, I do have a grudge.
A grudge?
Yes.
Please elaborate, dear advisor.
It is non-essential. It is more of a personal matter, an emotional one at that. It's very, very petty. So I think it would be best advised that I do not bring it up.
I'm thinking I'll hazard a guess. The manner of dress I chose.
The matter of what?
Was it the manner of dress I chose?
No. That look quite good on you, actually. If anything, for a second I thought... With the context that Malin was a taken woman in this case. And coming to the Empress as a single woman, or presenting yourself as a suitor, made it seem like that there was fitting for someone else.
I could see the point of confusion, yes. I suppose some things were done in secret. So, I didn't have to be quite so secretive with ridiculous moves such as that. Surely the Empress turned aside the strange no Kitsune with gall enough to approach the gates in such a manner. I certainly hope so.
But that would deny the marriage pact, wouldn't it?
No, yes. I'm jesting.
But regardless, that is not what I have the grudge for. If anything, that was just a misunderstanding. A very neutral, not binding misunderstanding.
I was thinking you might take offense at it.
Really now?
I was.
Also, what would I have if I saw you just like that and presented for the Malin Kazuya? How would I have taken offense?
Perhaps the long sleeves.
That was, I believe, one of the pieces where you took in upon the role as the woman in question.
Yes, the long
Correct.
sleeves symbolizing that I was single.
But that holds true.
Yes.
Do you not think so? I can't read you right now.
Sorry. For all extents and purposes, I suppose so. I do not believe we ever decided upon anything, and you seem to like being able to avoid such things. I prefer it. Perhaps like is the wrong word.
I was with the understanding that I would not live.
I know.
And if I had indulged in such a thing, I'm afraid I would lose someone like that. still do. I don't want to hurt you like that. I already did.
I will be hurting regardless.
Connor, are you sure on this? On what you're saying?
I know I would hurt. Regardless of what happens, I would prefer you are alive. I suppose I have. I suppose I have effectively betrothed myself.
Yes, that.
Or the potentiality is at least very much there.
What would happen when that does potentially happen?
I do not know.
And you're okay with that?
The uncertainty?
Yes, it's... Would you still not hurt?
I would hurt.
And you're still wanting to see that through? This through? Even if it'll hurt? I just... Again, born 4 years ago. I can't understand wanting to indulge on something that doesn't have a long-term benefit.
I understand. But... I have many years left. Why can I not be happy for some of them? And perhaps those in the future will be fine. But I think we're a good team. Even if you did deceive me.
It feels like I'm falling for a ploy.
No. I'm thankful for it, truly.
I mean, as in what you're saying, you're trying. I'm starting to, because of what you've said, I am becoming more aware and hypersensitive to your charm. It's bewitching.
I believe there are old folk tales dealing with such in my kind. Leading, or...
Well, that makes me less.
The woods.
Well, now you're going to make me a little less sure of what I'm saying, or you're saying.
Rest assured I would not mislead you.
Would it... I don't mean this in a mean way. As in that I wasn't being considerate of you. But it was just... Again, I don't know how long my lifespan truly is. In terms of time and inevitability. But again, at the time we were somewhat like adversaries.
We were, yes.
But I was more or less aware. I was quite fine. I was more or less aware. If that makes you angry, I understand, but I was just trying to be considerate to you.
Adversaries, perhaps, but also friends. We were simply opposed in a game. The game, I think.
I thought it would have hurt less if I did not indulge. Because not only would it mean that a friend had betrayed you, but it would also mean that a partner betrayed you.
That would have stung more.
I'm just trying to walk you through my thoughts.
I do not blame you. At all. I have engaged in enough deceptions that I cannot harshly judge you as such. I can say, however, that I am mostly done with them. At least to yourself or the Empress.
Can you answer me honestly about this?
Yes.
Just because yesterday's fun has me a little confused.
Ask.
Do you want me to be considerate of you?
In what regard?
What you're proposing and such. And I know I'm selfish. Self-indulgent, at least the simplicities of such things. After all, we've had multiple times like that together.
They have occurred.
That is what I mean. Do you want me to I suppose be more considerate of what you said and you than with others? I want you to be honest. Again, that's because yesterday it was you and Holly. So I don't know where you draw the line.
To be perfectly honest, I was always fond of Holly. So that doesn't... Those moments were fun. And... You have only spent 4 years being yourself. You are still getting a feel for the world and things in general. Being a bit self-indulgent is not too terrible a thing. The last 50 or so, I spent myself so focused on bitterness and service that I did not enjoy myself at all. I do not fault you. I am not jealous It does not bother me. If you have certain proclivities, I know at the end of the day that we have a deeper connection, I think. I feel that way, at least. For some reason, I've never really been jealous. That tended to manifest itself more when it was not you in control.
That is what I worry too. Holly seems to take a real liking to the other. And I'm not in full control. So if I were to be considerate of you, I'm afraid that you get what I mean, right?
I do, yes.
I don't want to hurt you. At all. That is why I've asked if you want me to consider if you. I can try. I will think of you when I do certain actions and perhaps stop myself from being such a way. And perhaps if such urges do arise, I can find you. That is, I suppose, the norm.
I think so, yes. You should do as you will. You should do as you will. Figure things out. If you wish to take that path, then be more considerate in that regard. I welcome it. But make the choice you wish to make. After all, I feel that I would be selfish if I demanded such. When your time might be short, and I am trying to prove myself. It seems somewhat inconsiderate on my own part. Dishonest, even, in a way. Knowing that such fancies or similar things would eventually come to an end regardless. You can certainly be there to advise, at the very least. I would like to have you around.
Sure you'd be able to resist?
Difficult. If you change your manner of dress and begin playing the part more of the advisor, then that might be difficult.
What is that supposed to mean? You saying if I actually do my job better?
No.
Or like...
It was a joke.
If I change my appearance, it'll be difficult to stay faithful to the Melee and Kazuya.
How so?
That's what you said.
No, that is
you said
not,
it'll
that's
be.
not what I'm saying.
What will be difficult then if I change my appearance and actually worked as an advisor?
The resisting.
Yes, the resisting of temptation.
Wait, am I...
What are you resisting?
Which temptation? Am I resisting?
Oh my goodness.
I thought I was.
Are you resisting?
Temptation.
Yes, you are the one resisting. That's
yes.
no. That Okay, you are the one resisting the temptation because
I'm
we.
struggling.
Yes. Okay. In this context, we have this sort of temporary partnership until you are married off to Malin Kazia. But then there's still the history of us in this reality. And but we are still close by and working with one another. And therefore yes, and then our bodies are still somewhat familiar with each other because of that. You know? So that is what I mean. Would you be able to resist temptation?
Yes.
Okay.
Say no.
Answer truthfully, please.
I think so.
You think so?
I believe.
That's not a yes or no.
Advise me.
I don't think you want me to advise this one. It is very I shouldn't say no that you wouldn't be able to resist. But I'm not going to say yes.
I shall have to deliberate on this.
Deliberate?
Yes.
What do you mean deliberate?
Have discourse
Okay.
with myself. What?
Nothing. You make things fun.
I feel the same way.